Good morning and welcome to the morning news on TV3. My name is Na Ashoko. Coming up. All is set for the Ayawaso East by-election, with voting expected to start within the next hour. Foreign Affairs Minister confirms that Ghana has successfully evacuated all embassy staff in Iran. Ministry of Finance announces expiration of DDEP bond restrictions, paving the way for new, longer-dated domestic bonds and reduced Treasury bill reliance. And now the details. A total of 49,966 registered voters are expected to vote this morning at the 113 polling centers in the Ayawaso East parliamentary by-election. The election follows the death of the sitting Member of Parliament, Mahama Nasir Toure, in January this year. 5 candidates are contesting the seat: Baba Jamal of the NDC, Yusuf Baba Ali of the NPP, Ibrahim Idrisu of the Liberal People's Party, and 2 independent candidates, Alhaji Mohammed Umar Sanda and David Kano. According to the Electoral Commission's notice of poll, voting will begin at exactly 7 a.m. this morning and close at 5 p.m., with confirmation that all is set for a peaceful election. Meanwhile, a new poll by the Global Info Analytics projects a decisive win for the NDC candidate, Baba Jamal. The survey conducted between February 28th and March 1st among 972 voters places Baba Jamal well ahead of his main rival, Yusuf Baba Ali of the NPP, with 75% of the projected vote. Baba Ali trails with 21%. Independent candidate Umar Sanda Mohammed, who recently broke away from the NDC, is projected to secure 3%, while the remaining contenders, Ibrahim Idrisu and David Kano, are expected to receive less than 1%. As we bring you a very comprehensive coverage of today's by-election. Now, Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Akudzeto-Ablakwa has confirmed that all members of the Ghana embassy in Iran have been successfully evacuated following the ongoing war in the Middle East. In a social media post, the minister said, "I am delighted to announce that we have conducted a successful evacuation of all our embassy staff in Iran. The Ghanaian diplomats are safe in high spirits. Ghana's embassy in Iran is now closed sine die. The safety, welfare, and protection of Ghanaians remains our utmost priority in these times, for God and country." This evacuation comes on the back of escalating tensions between the U.S.-Israel war against Iran, which has degenerated into a full-scale war involving other countries within the Gulf region. Still on the story, the war between Israel and Iran may seem far from Ghana, but in today's global economy, distance does not mean protection. For Ghana, the real question is simple: how does a conflict this far affect fuel prices, flights, tourism, and the value of our exports? Judith reports.
As of March 2, 2026, global markets are already reacting to escalation around the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. Oil prices have jumped, airlines are adjusting routes, and investors are rushing into gold. And even though Ghana is thousands of miles away, the economic shock waves travel fast. The most immediate impact for Ghana is fuel. While Ghana exports crude oil, it still imports large volumes of refined petroleum products. Well, according to the Bank of Ghana, crude oil and petroleum products imports were about $4.48 billion in 2024. If fuel costs rise just 10% and volumes stay the same, that would mean roughly $448 million additional pressure on the import bill. And for the average Ghanaian, they may soon feel its ripple effect at the pumps.
The 1 to 3% price projection we even put out there earlier, we may go higher than that due to the escalations we are seeing in the Middle East. There's no tanker moving currently. You will not even dare cross the strait due to the large amounts of missiles flying. And once oil that has been ordered is not being delivered, you are simply looking at a hike.
Air travel is the next area where Ghanaians could feel the impact. When oil prices go up, jet fuel also goes up. Ghana recorded 2.35 million international passengers in 2024, according to the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. Many of those trips connect through Middle East hubs. If the flights are disrupted or rerouted because of the conflict, journeys could become longer and more expensive. Tourism is also very sensitive to global tension. In 2024, Ghana earned about $4.8 billion from tourism, with around 1.29 million international visitors. If flights become more expensive or travelers feel uneasy about global instability, some people simply postpone or cancel trips. And lastly, let's talk gold, because it could be the only resource working in Ghana's favor. During times of war or uncertainty, investors often move their money into gold because it is seen as safer. The Bank of Ghana reported gold export earnings of about $20.98 billion in 2025, a sharp increase from the year before. If gold prices continue to rise, Ghana could earn more foreign exchange, helping to cushion some of the pressure from higher fuel and import costs. In short, the war does not have to reach West Africa to affect Ghana. It moves through fuel prices, airline costs, tourism flows, and gold markets. In the weeks ahead, pump prices and gold earnings will likely provide the clearest early signals of how deep the impact becomes. Judith Brown, TV3 News.
And now, the Ministry of Finance has announced the expiration of restrictions on new domestic bond issuance. The 3-year restriction was initially imposed in 2023 to prevent the government from issuing new bonds following the debt default that preceded the Domestic Debt Exchange Program, the DDEP. A statement from the Ministry of Finance has announced that this comes at a time of low inflation, improved investor confidence, and a strong macroeconomic environment supported by a robust medium-term debt management strategy and significant buffers. The expiration of the restrictions now allows government to reduce its dependence on treasury bills to finance the budget and opens the door for issuing new longer-dated domestic bonds. And now to education. The government, through the Ministry of Education, says it is preparing to roll out a 20% deprived area allowance for teachers. And this is a move aimed at strengthening the education sector and improving learning outcomes in underserved communities. When implemented, the allowance is expected to serve as an incentive for teachers who accept posting to remote and disadvantaged areas. Meanwhile, the ministry has issued a stern warning to students engaging in hooliganism, cautioning them that such misconduct will attract severe sanctions.
For Education, Dr. Clement Apak made these remarks while addressing 52 outstanding candidates who excelled in the Basic Education Certificate Examination (BEC). Dr. Apak noted that the government remains committed to implementing the 20% deprived area allowance to boost morale and encourage teachers to accept postings in hard-to-reach areas.
20% on top of their gross salary as part of the motivation. So the thinking is that if we can combine the provision of accommodation and some additional remuneration, it will make it easier for teachers to take up appointments in rural, underserved communities.
The Deputy Minister also raised alarm over the continued existence of schools operating under trees. According to available data, as of 2024, about 5,000 schools across the country were still holding classes under trees.
We are going to be constructing 200 junior high schools, 200 kindergartens, and another 200 primary school blocks, among others, to try and address this phenomena of schools under trees.
The ministry has in recent times faced sharp criticism over what some describe as a weak response to rising cases of hooliganism in schools. Dr. Park was unequivocal, warning that students found culpable will face the full rigors of disciplinary measures.
In the school. So if you misconduct yourself, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you may go to jail and also lose the opportunity to realize your dream.
The Kadee District Court on January 20, 2026, fined 4 students 3,800 Ghana cedis, each for assaulting a mathematics teacher at Kadee Senior High and Technical School. Other attacks, including one on a teacher at WAS and others involving students assaulting fellow students, have also been reported since that court ruling. There are calls for tougher action for Ghana Education Service and education authorities to help stem this dangerous tide.
The chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee has called on chartered accountants to uphold the principles of good corporate governance as a means of driving national development. Abna Osei-Asari expressed optimism about strengthening accountability and transparency in the country's public financial management system.
Chartered accounts have over the years come under intense criticism for engaging in corrupt practices. The 2024 Auditor General's report cited instances where some chartered accounts at various metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies were involved in financial malfeasance amounting to millions of cedis. The report further indicated that some officers failed to properly render accounts, leading to cases of misappropriation. Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, Abna Osei-Asari, cautioned against lapses in corporate governance among some practitioners.
In a profession that sits at the heart of governance, whether you serve in the public sector, private sector, regulatory bodies, or independent constitutional institutions, your signature will carry consequences. The credibility of our public finances depends on you. The reliability of financial reporting depends on you. And the fight against corruption depends on you.
The Deputy Minister of Education, Dr. Clement Park, underscored the government's readiness to tighten financial controls, particularly within the education sector.
I encourage the Institute to remain unwavering in its standards. Let membership continue to represent discipline, competence, and character. Let quality assurance mechanisms be strengthened. Let collaboration with international professional bodies deepen. Let innovation in professional training continue.
President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana, Augustine Ado, emphasized the need for integrity and professionalism among chartered accountants to drive socio-economic growth.
As professionals who preach integrity, you have a moral duty to smoke these perpetrators from their hideouts and ensure that morality and uprightness prevail in our public and corporate financial management arena.
At the 46th Congregation admission of members into the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana ICAG in Accra, 376 chartered accountants were inducted into the profession.
The coalition of unpaid newly posted Ghana Education Service staff on Monday stormed the headquarters of the Ghana National Association of Teachers over unpaid salary arrears. They are calling on the finance and education ministers and union leaders to resolve their concerns, warning that failure to act will lead to a demonstration on Wednesday, March 11.
Some of the members of the Coalition of Unpaid Newly Posted Ghana Education Service Staff 2022 cohort took their concerns directly to the officers of the Ghana National Association of Teachers. The group accused the Mother Union of Teachers of failing to push hard enough for the payment of their salary arrears, among other grievances. Many of these teachers say they have worked for over 14 months without pay, leaving them struggling to cover rent, transport, and basic living costs. Some of them shared how the delay in salary payment is affecting them.
They have not even received my staff ID yet. So you can imagine not having a staff ID and working for over 14 months. So imagine what I'm doing, how I'm going to school. It's having some, psychological effects on most of us because of this issue.
Daniel Anoche is the president of the Coalition of Unpaid Newly Posted GES Staff.
So there was a scheduled demonstration to go on between us and the nurses. We have been in close communication and all that, only for us to wake up on Thursday morning to realize that the Ministry of Health has been able to negotiate and secure the payment plan for our nurses. The question is, why are we not part of the payment plan? Are we not providing critical services? What is NAT's take on this? Because from the nurses and what they said GRNMA has been very instrumental.
The National Secretary of the group, Emmanuel Ofori, appealed to the authorities to immediately resolve their issues, as was done for the 2024-2025 newly posted nurses and midwives by the Ministry of Health.
This morning, when we had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Niba, he said they are also doing their part. But I can boldly tell you that their part is not enough. So we are telling the Minister for Finance, Education, and then the GES Director General to meet as soon as possible to resolve the issue at hand.
The group met behind closed doors with the head of salaries at the Ghana National Association of Teachers, Isaac Ba, to discuss how best their issues can be resolved. Until then, they say they will either look forward to a resolution or embark on a demonstration. Samuel Yabua Adams for TV3 News, Accra.
And now the Chief Executive Officer of the National Food Buffer Stock Company, George Abradu Otu, has directed heads of senior high schools to insist on quality food supplies from approved vendors. He issued this directive while monitoring food deliveries in selected senior high schools in the Eastern region to ensure uninterrupted feeding and address operational bottlenecks under the school feeding program.
The schools visited, Ebrigel Senior High School and Benkum Senior High School, had adequate food supplies in stock, with storerooms filled with essential items. Management of the schools expressed satisfaction with the steady supply of foodstuffs, but appealed for expanded storage facilities and improved coordination with suppliers to enable phased deliveries. Their concerns centered on storage challenges, food preservation, and the quantity of meals served to students. Wilhelmina Obobisa Atakra is the headmistress of Ebrigel Senior High School.
The challenge we are having now is with insufficient space to store the numbers that we receive. Apart from that, we are okay.
The Deputy Chief Stores Manager of Benkum Senior High School, Abigail Sapon, also spoke about the supply of foodstuffs.
There are plenty nowadays. They are too much. Since we don't have more storage facilities, so we want them to come in phases. It tastes like the rice that we are having there. When you cook it, just chow, 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 chow. You understand? So we want what they will think, and I think they will feel somehow tasty, the tastiness of the food. That is it. And even if they send samples to them for them to know before bringing, we also appreciate, so that we know that they are bringing us what the children will like.
The CEO of the National Food Buffer Stock Company, George Abradu Otu, instructed school heads to accept only food items that have passed quality control checks.
If your headmaster or a storekeeper, they bring the food to you, you're supposed to check the expiry date before you sign. It's very, very important. If you're a supplier and you are sending food to a school, it's not just a question of loading the food onto the trucks and sending them there. Now all suppliers are supposed to call the regional managers, who are also supposed to contact the schools to ask them how many bags of rice, how many bags of beans, how many bags of whatever that you are bringing. You understand? So the school can prepare.
The CEO also held discussions with the Eastern Regional Minister Rita Akosua-Adjei-Awate as part of efforts to strengthen collaboration and improve food distribution systems in the region. He also inspected the company's regional office in Koforidua and toured its warehouse facility at Kukwentuming. Both facilities are expected to undergo renovation works to enhance operational efficiency and storage capacity.
After 10 years of its use, a new land is being introduced to amend the Public Financial Management Act to strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability in public spending. Sponsor of the bill, Kojo Pong Nkrumah, says part of the amended law will restrict the Finance Ministry from releasing funds for programs that are not captured in the approved National Development Plan. Christian Yali has the following report.
The private members' bill sponsored by the Ofansia Review Member of Parliament, Kojo Pong Nkrumah, is seeking to amend the existing Public Financial Management Act to ensure that the release of annual budgets aligns with the country's development priorities.
Today, there's room for ministries, departments and agencies and metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies to embark on projects or programs which are not exactly emergency projects or programs, but projects or programs that are as though they are part of their normal work, except that they have not been certified under the National Development Planning Commission's plan, which they would have received from the ministries, departments, and agencies. And so this amendment seeks to deny the Ministry of Finance the opportunity to fund such projects and programs. This is separate from contingencies or emergencies that may come up.
In strengthening fiscal discipline, only projects approved by the National Development Planning Commission will receive funding approvals.
The reason is that also from our experience in government and looking at the loopholes that exist today, there is room and there is a practice where a lot of money is spent on projects that are deemed important by the heads of these institutions, but these projects have not been included in the strategic plan and certified by the NDPC. And in our own small way, we would have helped in saving resources.
One of a series of stakeholder engagement was held Monday to receive expert and technical insights into the drafting of the legislation.
The bill would, among other things, make development plans duly approved by the NDPC the mandatory basis for the preparation of the annual budget. It also requires publication of annual progress reports as a precondition for the inclusion of estimates in the budget and for the issuance of expenditure warrants.
My dream is that one day we'll get to a point where this National Development Planning Commission is really a technical commission that we all hope it should be, devoid of all the politics around it.
It is a hope of the sponsor and stakeholders that this process would go through seamlessly so that there would be a tighter fiscal discipline and also a more controlled public spending in the country. Christian Yali, TV3 News, Alisa Hotel, Accra.
And that will be it for the morning news today. Stay with us on TV3 as we bring you a very comprehensive report and analysis on today's by-election. My name is Na Ashoko. Stay with us.
Life can giving it to you with like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties.
It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana's cultural hub, and this year we're taking it to another level. Our Ghana village is bigger and better. So much to experience, eat, drink, buy, do and learn every single day. And there's more. The Ghana Month Expedition offers 3 nights and 4 days of pure, unforgettable fun touring the best part of the Eastern, Ashanti and Central regions from the 19th to the 22nd of March. And on the 28th March, all roads lead to the Legon City Mall for your favorite food event, the 3FM Gobe Festival. But that's not all. All throughout March, our screens and dials celebrate everything that makes us proud. Our shows, music, movies, festivals, history, traditions, and more. Welcome to a truly incomparable and totally immersive Ghana Month 2026. Ghana Month launches on all Media General platforms on Monday, 2nd March 2026 at 10 a.m. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana City single, 5,500 Ghana City shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cities couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana City single, 5,500 Ghana City shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cities couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana City single, 5,500 Ghana City shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cities couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in the Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosomtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history. Asing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana City single, 5,500 Ghana City shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cities couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. Ghana Month Expedition, 19th to 22nd March. Don't just watch Ghana, experience it. It's time to explore Ghana again. From 19th to 22nd March, join the Ghana Month Expedition. 3 regions, 4 days. Eastern, Ashanti, Central. We kick it off in Eastern region. Chocolate experiences, fresh farm fruits, Safari Valley lunch with zebras and exotic animals, Bonsu Eco Park for canopy walks and ziplining, and then party at the Rock City Hotel. Ashanti takes over. Bonre Kente Museum, Kumasi Museum, Komfornochi Source Site, Lake Bosumtri for hiking adventures and sleepover at Rich Condos. Central brings the history at Sing Manso, Cape Coast Castle, plus lunch by the coast. Then a Crown Resort vacation, quad biking, horse riding, water adventures. All this for 6,500 Ghana Cedi single, 5,500 Ghana Cedi shared rooms, and 10,500 Ghana Cedis couple. You're interested, right? Call now 0531 100927 or 0247 120 633. It's that time of the year when Media General transforms into Ghana's cultural hub, and this year we're taking it to another level. Our Ghana village is bigger and better. So much to experience, eat, drink, buy, do and learn every single day. And there's more. The Ghana Month Expedition offers 3 nights and 4 days of pure, unforgettable fun touring. The best part of the Eastern, Ashanti and Central regions from the 19th to the 22nd of March. And on the 28th March, all roads lead to the Legon City Mall for your favorite food event, the 3FM Gobe Festival. But that's not all. All throughout March, our screens and dials celebrate everything that makes us proud. Our shows, music, movies, festivals, history, traditions, and more. Welcome to a truly incomparable and totally immersive Ghana Month 2026. Ghana Month launches on all Media General platforms on Monday, 2nd March 2026 at 10 a.m.
In the course of the day, you want to stay with us? Yes, stay with us from now till the time slotted or allotted by the Electoral Commission for polls to come to an end. That's 5 p.m. Votes are expected to start within the next hour. It's supposed to start exactly at 7 a.m. actually. So in a few minutes. If you are in the Ayawaso East constituency, you want to go to your polling station. 114 polling stations will be open in the next few minutes at exactly 7 a.m. And so you can make your way to your polling station to cast your vote before you go off to work or whatever you have to do today. And polls will be open all the way till 5 p.m. so you have some time. But our cameras, our reporters are on the ground and will keep updating you all day long. And of course, like Richie said, we'll bring you some figures, history and facts about this constituency, all that you need to know and more. Stay with us. This is your Election Command Center.
Once again, you're welcome to our comprehensive coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election. This is your election command center. Of course, I'm here with Nashoko, and we did say that we'll be bringing you facts and figures of this constituency. Perhaps we should start anyway. Who would be voting or who really is the candidate in this? We'll start from the constituency itself, and as you rightly mentioned, a total of 114 polling stations going to be opened in the next few minutes. Polling opens at or polls open at 7 a.m. At 7 a.m. and almost 50,000 voters going to take part in this by-election, and so it's going to be a very busy day in this constituency. And of course, we have the polling station names, and you heard Nashoko say that if you're in Ayawaso East, you want to get ready. The polling stations are already made available here. Alhaji Idrisu House, opposite Club 10 Kanda. Let me remind you again that TV3, we are there with all our cameras and our reporters really on standby to bring us the updates we need.
Our station is actually in this constituency. Yep. So we are a part of the constituency. And, you know, it covers Nima and other areas. So all of these parts, from the Jubilee House into Nima, towards Gold House, and towards some parts of Jowulu. So we're actually situated in this constituency. And this morning, while I was driving in, it appears very quiet in the constituency this morning.
Oh, you actually drove through?
Yes.
Okay.
It appears very quiet in the constituency this morning, like a regular morning in the constituency. And the Electoral Commission have promised us that we will have a very peaceful election today. And they've assured us that everything that is required for this election to be conducted in a peaceful manner has been ensured. And so we are assured of a smooth running election and a peaceful one. And hopefully by 5 p.m. when polls close, everything would have been conducted properly, and we will know who the Member of Parliament elects for Ayawaso East, our new MP for the Media General constituency. Will be.
Yeah, and it's amazing the kind of collaboration going on between the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police Service as well, because we had the police administration also assuring residents and constituents that everything that they need in terms of security will be provided in that constituency, so nobody should be afraid because security is tight in that area. Yes, so like we rightly said, we have Baba Jamal, who is representing the governing NDC going into this election. And it's quite amazing the history with Baba Jamal having left Nigeria, Abuja, as the High Commissioner there to come and represent, he said, his people, because he feels that he needs to render better service to his people rather than be in those high offices in Nigeria. And of course, LPG coming in, and Baba Ali Yusuf of the New Patriotic Party also
coming in. He's the biggest contender going into this by-election. And he's been sourced some 25%?
21%.
21%,
yes.
According to Global
Info Analytics. Yes. Yeah. And then Mohammed Umaru Sanda. I mean, this man is dominating conversations in some quarters because he decided to go independent, break away from the NDC at a very crucial moment when he felt unsatisfied, really, with how the parliamentary primary went. But again, aside from the Global Info Analytics information coming out, we've heard the NDC, of course, criticizing him for his decision and saying that he's going to be whipped in this by-election. Well, we'll look forward to what will happen.
And if the Global Info Analytics poll is anything to go by, he's not showing nicely. Well, both independent candidates actually have been allotted 1%. According to the polls that have come in. But of all these candidates, well, it's not surprising that the NDC's Baba Jamal seems to be ahead of the polls, according to Global Info Analytics, of course, because of the history of the constituency. Yeah. It's not strange that the NDC will be ahead of the polls. But considering all the controversy that associated the primaries, people in the party being unhappy with what we have come to know as monetization of politics, especially at the parliamentary stage, especially during the primaries, how much money these aspirants churn out in gifts, transportation allowance,
television
lunch
sets.
allowance, now television sets. And
Yeah.
I saw a joke on social media suggesting that soon we'll see furniture and so on.
Yeah.
You know, it's become a bane of our politics,
Yeah.
how much money these aspirants have to put in.
Yeah.
And it's become so normal that it's done in the glare of the public, even when journalists and cameras are pointed right at us. This still continues. And so we know also that Oliver Bakavamo of Democracy Hub took this matter to the courts. And yesterday, we had reports that the courts did not find it in his favor.
Yeah. I mean, so that's why people who are monitoring what's going on find his suits very critical, because he felt that, yes, you remember, like you rightly said, when this the primary happened, we saw the majority leader in Parliament, Mahama Yarega, with his team asking for the election to be annulled.
Yes.
The results to be annulled, and eventually the governing NDC setting up a 3-member committee, I believe led by the former Information Minister Tutubi Kwache, and eventually deciding that yes, ideally it would have been the way to go, but looking at the time and other circumstances, plus the fact that the NDC's constitution hasn't made any specific provision when it comes to some of these things, perhaps this time around they will let it pass, and moving forward there should be a way of dealing with it. And also that committee report admitting that all the candidates actually took part in what we call monetization or vote buying. And so that didn't mean that it was justifying whatever it was that Baba Jamal is alleged to have done. And we heard the General Secretary Fifi Kwete saying that yes, what Baba Jamal did plus the others was not right, but it looks like it was his actions that got documented most of the time. And so eventually they decided that, okay, we have to go with him. And well, yesterday, like you said, the Accra High Court deciding that we have to go on with the election and throughout the...
But that suit was one that a lot of us were paying attention to keenly because of what vote buying and monetization of our politics has come to represent in our body politic. It's become so normalized, all right, that even when perpetrators are caught, they are able to deny it with press statements and interviews and so on, and descriptions which suggest that what they're doing is not vote buying. The problem is that you know, after the committee report came out, you know, so we know that, well, literally all the participants in the primaries were accused in one way or another of participating in it. And it appears because his was documented, and probably his was the most prominent in terms of, I mean, the physical television sets which he allegedly...
I mean, our cameras captured some voters holding their
carrying delegates, carrying their television sets home. But a lot of people are unhappy with the decision of the court because it's high time we nipped this issue of vote buying in the bud, because really, after the candidate wins and comes into office, there's an expectation that they will recoup all of the investment that they put into the primaries and even into the by-elections. And where does that money come from?
And aside from that, the problem or the main challenge of who gets into our public offices, are we allowing criminals, for instance, to sponsor candidates so that eventually, I mean, we know what we've seen in other countries where criminals have taken over governance, or they are the ones, as in shadow people, supporting those who are in power, and we know what could happen in terms of the security and even the governance and the direction of the country. And so that's really a major challenge or fear of people. And CDD Ghana, for instance, has done so many research. I think the last time that we even spoke to some of the executives, they talked about $2 million, and huge sums of money, really, if you want to be a presidential candidate. And even going into parliament alone, the amount of money involved is crazy.
Beatrice, the amount of money involved in aspiring for an assemblyman in Ghana, that just doesn't make sense. And also raises the question of the quality of the candidates. Because if we're going to give the election to the highest bidder or whoever is able to pay the highest, then how do we answer the question of the quality of the candidates?
Exactly.
Are we interested at all in knowing the plans and ideas these candidates have for their people, the money that goes in? If the money that goes in determines who wins, then whoever has the deepest pockets will win, and we will not be so concerned about the quality they will bring to the house
and I think,
in representing their people.
It's also one of the reasons people are calling for our constitution, for instance, our criminal code to be amended. Because if you look at it...
To include what?
To include, I think it's section 240, to include those who take the money as well.
Okay.
Because, I mean, if you look at the generality of our constitution, both those who take and give are liable. But in this case, you realize that it is normally the one who is giving, and also particularly in public elections, because it doesn't include internal elections. So they want it amended to include internal elections as well, so that people can be held accountable. And I think where the problem is, a number of surveys that have been done, it goes beyond the politicians who are willing to give the money. Now the people are demanding the money.
It is a requirement.
It is a requirement, yes.
It's
so
a requirement.
How do you get to punish? We need to punish, because our laws are clear that if I give, we are both liable.
The taker and the receiver.
Exactly. So how do we ensure that we punish those who are equally asking the politicians?
That's important. That's important. Because
give.
While we chastise the givers, the delegates or the voters have come to expect and require the aspirants to give them specific amounts of money. So we've had delegates actually compare to say, this person gave us 500 CDs and this person gave us 2,000 CDs. And so we are waiting for the third person to see how much he will give us. And then we'll decide which way we're going to vote. So the delegates expect it, and they also demand it. And it actually puts pressure on the candidates. So even if a candidate wanted to run a genuine election based on his policy ideas or his plans for the constituency, he would be forced to engage in this monetization, because the delegates have this expectation of you. And if you don't do it, it is actually interpreted as wickedness.
Exactly.
Like, this person is wicked.
I mean, I remember before the 2024 general election, I spoke to a number of MPs who didn't want to go again. And they felt so happy. They were like, I'm free. Nobody is going to be demanding monies from me, school fees and all of those things. Like, I'm going to be free from all of these responsibilities. And it's very funny, because even in the NDC, the primary that eventually elected Baba Jamal as the parliamentary candidate, we saw some constituents fighting over some amount of money that had been given, that they thought somebody was keeping the money and they didn't get their share. And so it tells you that really, beyond the politicians, the constituents themselves are demanding it. But it also goes back to confirm the backstory of why constituents would demand that. They feel that at the end of the day, if I vote for you, perhaps that could be the last time that I would ever see you or have a proper engagement with you as my representative in Parliament.
Let me tell you what they say. They say it is our cocoa season. That's what they say. It's actually the term on the ground. It's our cocoa season. You know, it's time for elections. It's time for us to make money. And how much money is it? You ask yourself. You make 500 CDs, and that determines which way you vote.
Well, they take from everybody.
Once, you know. Well, anyway, I look forward to maybe an investigative journalist or a journalist doing a proper documentary on the history of how we have gotten here with our national politics and monetization.
All right. So we'll be bringing you very shortly, like we just say, the figures, what the figures are looking like. But I did say that the police administration has already confirmed that indeed every arrangement that has to be put in place to ensure that residents or constituents and voters are protected has been put in place, and so nobody should fear there's going to be orderliness at the polling stations, the 114 polling stations within the Ayawaso East constituency. But we do have Richard Kumado, who is a fraud and security consultant, on the phone with us. He actually joins us via video call, rather. Good morning to you, Mr. Kumado. Thank you so much for joining us.
Welcome, British.
So now we are looking at the security of the area. We have Nima, we have Kanda, and of course its environs. Yesterday and days earlier, we heard the police administration telling us that every arrangement has been put in place. Looking at the specific areas that, form part of this constituency, what would be your own analysis as regards the security situation currently?
I was at the constituency for 3 days. I saw the police. They came for risk assessment and they showed some level of muscle. My checks within the police yesterday when I left the constituency shows that all arrangements to ensure safety is guaranteed to voters in particular has been put in place. Then again, they also indicated that security assurances will be provided for election officers and police station officers. It is my hope that they come to the job today fully prepared. From what I have seen, I don't think we are going to have some level of difficulties. Having said that, usually what leads to election violence and confusions within police stations and coalition centers have little to do with the police, but it has more to do with election officers. If we get there today and people's names cannot be found on the register, that is going to create some level of tension. If we get there and there's voter displacement and voter diversion, there's going to be some level of confusion. Close of polls, which is very crucial, if there's discrepancies in the results and there are distortions and duplications, that is going to lead to some level of confusion. But Beatrice, I think we've done this election for a very long time. It is time we begin to look for proper places and or upgrade the existing police stations and the coalition centers. Because some of the police stations and some of the coalition centers, by the structure, it makes it very difficult to achieve safety guidance and security assurances. So that is what we need to be looking at, since democracy has a core element in it, which is voting, and voting is what elects our leaders into governance positions. We need to look at our elections again and say, the places we are using, do they befit what we call a coalition center and a police station, so that it makes life easier for both voters, election officers, and the police. But on the scale of 1 to 10, I would say the police are ready, and we want to see them doing what they do best when it comes to elections, particularly under Christian Teteyaon.
You say that normally when there's a problem, it has to do with the electoral officers. We've heard the Electoral Commission assure us that everything is going to be all right. And you're just analyzing the quality of collation centers we have. From your expertise, what specific characteristics would you expect, for instance, of a proper collation center as you identify as a problem we have now?
I have traveled extensively following elections, and in some jurisdictions, because of the arrangement and the structure and the positioning and the equipment available, single coalition centers can't even be used to declare 2 or 3 election officers, election results. So you have a coalition center that can be used to declare 1 or more or 2 or 3 of constituency election results. The ones we have here, the design is a bit problematic. The structures are a bit problematic. Security arrangements and effusions are a bit problematic. Outlanes and outlines are a bit problematic. And the conditions within some of the coalition centers and the police stations themselves are a little bit of a problem and a challenge for both voters, election officers, and police officers on election day. And I think we need to look at it in that regard.
Again, in as much as you associate problems with the electoral officers, we've also seen situations where supporters rather clash because of the candidates being involved. And we've seen that in a number of by-elections. Going into this by-election, what is your expectation of the candidates when it comes to their supporters?
Not the candidates per se, but all politicians, because this is Nima, and this is Kanda. The seat of government is here. The headquarters of the opposition party is here, and all other parties. We are pleading that politicians to go out and mobilize their people to come and vote, and that is what is important. They must also ensure that the people they put out there as polling agents are very competent, and they have the chance and the opportunity to change them at any time at all. Then again, we are also appealing that those high-profile risk personalities who gets into the inner perimeters to create problems, they should stay a little bit far away, because if they do, then they might be forcing the police to treat them as enemies of the state or as people who come there who want to create problems, because usually they do not even come from their constituencies. They have no vote within those constituencies. They just take delight in creating problems because they know election violence will not be punished, or even if they do, it will be peanut by the fines at the court. So we will appeal to them. They should stay far away. Let's do the usual thing. You vote, or you encourage people to come and vote. When it's time to declare results, you come and witness at your polling station who wins and who loses. If we are able to do that, which is a shared responsibility for all the political parties, I think there will be sanity and there will be decency at the polls.
Indeed, and again, we cannot emphasize this enough about the attitude of constituents, especially during collation and counting time. What would you expect, really, of them? I believe they will be watching us this morning to do at that crucial moment when we normally see violence erupt.
And so that is where the essential aspect of the coalition center matters. What you will see, I saw it at Apatia, I saw it when the MPP had their presidential candidate. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes to close up polls, you will see the BNI officers and you will see the police getting into the inner perimeters. By their design, they'll begin to close it up and they will set up various layers and they will make sure that people do not get into the inner perimeter. That is a crucial stage where your polling agent will have to be very alert. That is a stage where the police must not allow external persons, no matter their status in life, to get into the inner perimeter. If they go by the standard procedure, setting it up in such a way that those who begin with tests will finish with tests, we are not going to have a problem. When the coalition tabulation and sorting before the declaration, that particular process, it makes it open for people who stay far away or a bit away from the main center begin to see the numbers, because we count them one by one. That alone is enough for people not to try to get into the inner perimeter. And I want to see the police blocking them out. Knowing Nima and knowing Kanda, which can throw out some level of uncertainty depending on who triggers what, the police will be standing their grounds, and they want to make sure that the election officers have the privilege and opportunity of doing the sorting and declaring winners, and then that will be it.
They should stand their ground. How do you balance standing your ground and ensuring that your actions are professional enough such that you not be accused of being abusive whilst performing your duty?
When it comes to professionalism, it's both your conduct and your action. And I want to believe that they will put up an action that the media will admire, and they will conduct themselves in line with standard order and the law. They are law enforcers, they are the state, and the state is counting on them to get a job done. Citizens have a right. If you have no business there, do not go to create problem. And I want to believe that since Nima police station is not far from where the coalition center is, the Black Maria will be a bit more stationed there. And even if it's not stationed at Nima police station, from headquarters, national headquarters to Nima, it's not a bit of a distance. And those who want to create problem and take the law into their own hands, probably they might want to have a dinner in Black Maria, and that is going to protect the state and make it safe.
You might have a dinner in Black Maria. We'll have to end it here. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumado, for speaking to us.
You're welcome.
And you just watched there our interaction with Richard Kumado, security and fraud consultant. So if you don't want to have a dinner in the Black Maria, don't foment trouble.
Is the Black Maria the tank?
No, it's that armored vehicle.
Okay.
Yes, painted or sprayed black.
Black, right.
With bold inscriptions, Black Maria.
Okay.
So we mean business. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I see. Well, it's always great to listen to Mr. Kumado when he gives us security analysis. Yeah. And from what we've heard from the police and what we've heard from Mr. Kumado this morning, we're assured of a very smoothly run election. The time is already 11 minutes past 7 a.m.
Yeah.
So elections or the polls are open now.
Indeed.
So if you're watching us and you live in the constituency, Ayawaso East, you want to make your way to your polling station now. Polls are open. We're going to be crossing over to some of our correspondents on the ground now at some of the polling stations, just to let us know exactly which polling stations they are at now and how things are going this morning so far. Polls have opened officially now at the various polling stations in Ayawaso East. There are 114, and there is an estimated just a little under 50,000 voters expected to turn out at the polls this morning. Security arrangements are in place. If my experience on the road this morning coming to work is anything to go by, it's a very quiet morning in Ayawaso East this morning. So, we have nothing to be concerned about in terms of security.
Yeah.
And as Mr. Kumada said, you actually should comport yourself because, you know, the issues with security often starts with just one person being stubborn or insubordinate.
Yes.
And before you know, it's erupted into something else.
Yes.
And so he invites the voters to go to the polling station, cast your vote and leave. This is the refrain we keep repeating every election.
Politicians stay away.
Yes.
A point that he made. Because sometimes when they see the politicians, then you know they feel like they're empowered to do what they feel like doing.
Bring.
Exactly. Yeah. So stay away. Just encourage them to go and vote. And when you vote, move away.
Go back
exactly.
home or to
Just
work
stay
or
within the parameters the security agencies ask you to stay within, and everything will go on smoothly. I mean, it's not funny watching violence erupt when there's an election or there is any political activity. So it's only advisable that really people stay within the instructions given by the security agencies as well as the Electoral Commission, which is going to be in charge of really what we're going to be witnessing today. So,
And still on security, we've seen actually members of the security agencies being the ones who begin some scuffles in some polling stations, especially that unfortunate incident with a journalist during the last by-election. Where was that? Where the journalist was
was assaulted. Yes,
he was taking a video. And then in a split of an eye, he was assaulted, a slap across his face, and that erupted violence. So while we speak to the constituents who are coming in to cast their votes, the Ghana Police Service have assured us that they have spoken to their men, and the election, so far as security is concerned, will be conducted in a very professional manner. But just to resound it, you know, on our side as journalists, that the journalists who come there are there to do their work as journalists. They are not coming there to disrupt the process or take any damning videos of members of the security agency who are not doing anything wrong. And so they should allow the journalists to do their work. And we do not look forward to reporting any acts of violence or assault on any journalist today.
I mean, it's worth emphasizing, and I do hope that the actions that were taken on the police officer who did that in that election at least will serve as a deterrent to others who may want to follow suit, because sometimes people feel like, I'm in uniform, I'm empowered, I can do what I want to do. So hopefully that action that was taken immediately after the incident came out will serve
as a deterrent.
As a deterrent, yes. So perhaps we should go through what we're talking about earlier,
yes,
which is the global info analytics data that we were talking about earlier. So that data conducted, I believe, from February
to
up until the 1st of March, indicate that Baba Jamal is going to have a 75.3%.
That is a long stretch.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, he whipped all of them.
Yeah, 75.3.
Yeah. And then Baba Ali Yusuf, who is representing the opposition MPP, is expected to have about 21.4% of the valid vote cast. And Umaru Sanda Mohammed, who until this primary and obviously the by-election coming up today was a member of the NDC but decided to go independent, is expected to have 2.7%. And Ibrahim Idrisu having 0.4%, and David Kano having 0.2%. So just really giving you an idea what we are going to be witnessing today, all things being equal. Yes, so
okay. So obviously Baba Jamal, if the Global Info Analytics poll is anything to go by, it's going to enjoy a sweet victory.
I'm telling you
today, and of course it will not be surprising, would it? Because it is just an NDC seat, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you know, following the unfortunate death of the member of parliament.
Yeah.
Nasar Turi, he's a member of the NDC, or he was a member of the NDC, and the natural way of things in our politics is that the NDC would be expected to retain the seats, but we've seen some surprises in other places. And so if the Global Info Analytics poll is anything to go by, it's going to be a sweet victory for Baba Jamal. However, the NPP also say they are showing up strong. So we see 21%, but the aspirant has been talking, and he says that he's going to pull a surprise.
But of course, you expect all candidates to say that they are going to, even those who are getting 0.4 and 0.2 could say that they could win. But I mean, like you were saying, I would be surprised if there are surprises. Because Iowa has predominantly been an NDC constituency. I mean, under the Fourth Republic, I mean, it's been NDC, and the numbers have shown that indeed this is a constituency that NDC has a stronghold on. So, yes, like we were saying, we're showing you the 2020 election result. We have Nasar Ture Mahama getting 61.18% of the vote cast. NDC, MPP getting 38.82%. So, I mean, 2020, this was the result the late MP had. And don't forget that the late MP took over from another NDC MP, Mohammed, then, who I mean, had held actually that position in 2000 up until 2012, when obviously Mr. Mahama took over during the NDC primary, and had held the seat from 2012 after the 2012 general election. So unfortunately, he passed on during his 4th term in office, and and so we just showed you the 2020 election results. Parliamentary election results. This is 2024. Did quite better than he did in 2020, which was
68%.
60 exactly. Now he shot to 70.85%. But you know, when you generally look at the results in 2024, all the NDC, results, both presidential and parliamentary, were
the shot up.
Yes,
but
shot up. Yeah.
What I see is that for each election, the MPP candidate was different. So we had a different candidate for 2020, a different candidate for 2024, a different candidate for today's election, 2026. It appears the NPP candidates for this particular constituency don't persist after they lose.
But well, it may make sense politically when maybe it's not your stronghold. And that's just my understanding of things. It's not your stronghold. You want to try which candidate perhaps could be stronger in getting a lot more votes for you, and eventually snatch
but then we see that the vote is actually declining as they change candidates. And so perhaps, you know, in politics also, people over time would get used to a particular candidate.
They say you're well marketed.
Exactly. You're well marketed, and the people would have known you. You would have gone through more than one electoral cycle, and they would know that, okay, at least we know that this person really wants to serve because he's been consistent. But we see that they keep changing their candidates and their votes keep declining. But who knows? Maybe this time Baba Yusuf will make the difference.
Could make a difference indeed, yes. And so just showing you 2012, and I did say that Nasser Toure actually took over in 2012 when, of course, he won that parliamentary primary within the NDC quarters and eventually emerged the candidate for the NDC going into the 2012 general election. That was the election the late Professor Mills won. Yes, and 65%. 65.44%, NPP 34.10%, CPP 0.12%. You know, when I see the smaller political parties not really performing well, it goes back to how far we are from getting a third force, as it were, to break the duopoly, they say, of the NPP and NDC.
Do you think this is something we will see in our lifetime?
I don't want to stick my neck out on this one.
When is it the third force?
Yeah.
Is it the Cheddar's party?
Yes.
What was the name? Was it the third force or the new force?
New force, I guess, yes.
Right.
New
when
force.
the new force showed up, young people began to think they actually had a strong belief that the new force would be the strong third force. And from his marketing strategy, including his outdoor advertising, his visuals on television, even his social media marketing campaign was very appealing to young people. And so let's not forget about the message of his campaign. It's just the euphoria around his campaign made young people have
hope that there was going
to be an option that will break the NDC NPP duopoly. However, when it comes to showing for parliamentary positions or candidates, we didn't see a very good showing of him, and so. I mean, like on a day like this, when we look at the numbers and consider the NDC and the NPP, and we talk about the question about if we would ever have a third force that will actually shake up the NDC and NPP duopoly. It makes me think that maybe if the new force had been a little more forceful with their showing in the parliamentary elections, maybe they just might. They just might.
But let's not forget that new force just showed up in 2024.
And then they made a good showing.
And they made a good show. They were third, right? In the 2024 presidential election. So let's hope that between 2 years ago, 2024 and 2028, they are really working the grounds, because I remember Cheddar himself saying that they were establishing themselves in the 16 regions across the country, and so hopefully they are working behind the scenes such that in 2028 we will see a showing, at least even if it's just one MP in Parliament.
We'll know that they are there.
We'll know that they are there.
But they're important. It's also important that even post-elections, the party continues to show in political analysis, in commentary on major issues that happen in our country. They've totally gone silent. Like we're not hearing from
or about them. Is watching this morning.
So if he's watching this morning,
his representatives are monitoring what's going on.
But we want to hear from them.
Basically. Anyway, this is 2016 results now, and so you can see that really the NDC has always been in the 60s. That's like the minimum that they've had in the elections that we've held. MPP still within the 30s, 36% in the 2016 general election. Of course, this is the parliamentary election result. PPP 1.16 and CPP and the PNC sharing less than 1%. So just really giving you an idea what we've had, and so yes, I mean,
just a bit of history about the political history about the constituency.
Just really emphasizes the fact that yes, this is the stronghold of the NDC, and so perhaps what Musa Dankwa told us in the Global Info Analytics is something that we can
Musa Dankwa will be joining us. Musa Dankwa will be here in studio with us to tell us a little more about the polls that he's putting the NDC candidate ahead of all the other candidates at over 75%. A sure win for the NDC this morning, even though the MPP say that they are going to pull a surprise. When Musa Dankwa comes into the studios, he would tell us a little more about his methodology, what went into it, and why the NPP has shown up, the NDC has shown up so strong, of course, not just regarding the fact that it is an NDC stronghold. Also, we'll be joined by Mr. Richard Kumado, our security consultant, to speak to us a little further about expectations security-wise this morning and throughout the day till the polls close at 5 p.m. So if you are in the Ayawaso East constituency, polls are open now. 26 minutes ago, polls officially opened, and polls will continue to stay open till 5 p.m. The number of polling stations are 114, and we're expecting just a little under 50,000 voters to turn up today. We really do hope that that number turns out to vote, because we know about by-elections and
the voter turnout normally not that great.
The voter turnout.
Yes.
So do go out to vote this morning, and if you don't know whether or not you are in the Ayawaso East constituency, so people have asked, well, the Ayawaso East constituency covers Kanda, Nima, that side of town. So if you're not sure and you want to check your voter ID and be sure that you are in the Ayawaso East constituency. I had some questions this morning asking me if John Dumelo was running and what's happening to John Dumelo's seat. And I said, no, that is not Ayawaso East. That's Ayawaso West. Yes. And the question is, why Ayawaso West is at East Legon and Ayawaso East is a Nima. I really cannot explain the geography to you, but Ayawaso West is where John Dumelo is. And so this is Ayawaso East constituency. So you just want to check your voter ID and make sure that you are in this constituency before you go out to vote.
I'm sure by now, if you don't know yet, you would see the police vehicles moving around, Electoral Commission officials, and also queues being formed. So at least you get to have an idea that this is my constituency. Just find out which of the 114 polling stations you're so closest to, and just go and cast your ballot. But yesterday, my colleague Noble Crosby-Annan was in the constituency to gauge the mood for us. Watch this.
Well, the posters are fading already. The rallies are over. The promises have been made. Now the Ayawaso East constituency must decide. But before the ballots are cast, one key question remains. Are the stakeholders truly prepared for a smooth, credible contest? Welcome to the MPP headquarters in the Ayawaso East constituency. Now, their candidate is Baba Ali Yusuf. He is number 3 on the ballot ahead of the elections. Let's touch base with some supporters of the party in the constituency and find out from them how ready they are ahead of tomorrow.
We are ever ready. We are very, very ready. We are poised. We know we are winning these elections because the dynamics have shown that we are winning these elections. To have a very peaceful election because Ayawaso East, we are brothers and sisters. We know each other.
How is security deployments like? Are you satisfied?
Yes, we are. From yesterday, we've seen their presence. They have been around and they are not harassing anybody. And I think they are being fair in their dealings in the constituency. And we expect that tomorrow they will continue with the fairness and the decency that the police is showing so that this election will be peaceful. That's what we want.
We are prepared to win tomorrow. And inshallah, we are going to change the narratives tomorrow. The big surprise is coming. And Baba Ali Yusuf is going to win and then win massively.
One of the 2 main contenders of the by-elections tomorrow is the NDC, and they are number 1 on the ballot, represented by Baba Jamal. Barely 12 hours to the start of polls. We're here at the NDC office in the constituency to speak with some leaders of the party on their levels of preparedness and how ready they are for the big day at 7 o'clock in the next few hours.
NDC party is ever ready for this election. We have all our processes well coordinated and we are ready to face the opposition party and our other contenders for tomorrow. NDC is ever ready for this very election that we are hosting them here tomorrow.
Do you have any last-minute touches to do in the constituency, or you're done with everything?
Everything was done and dusted here yesterday when we had our final rally. For now, we are all resting, hoping to go into the polls tomorrow to do what we do best. That's to win massively for the NDC. This election is going to be peaceful, and we don't expect any casualty as well. So I believe and I trust in the policemen that are here. They have coordinated everything, like you see the collation center. Everything is well done. So we believe this election is going to be very peaceful.
Tomorrow, everybody will go to their post and do the work. We've already planned. Each and everybody knows that, okay, I'm at this station, I'm in this ward, I'm here, I'm there. You know, be seeing everybody at everywhere. Everything has already been planned. So currently, we are just waiting for the big day tomorrow, like you said. And we know we are winning, so there's no hard feelings behind.
Well, the constituents now, they are the real MVPs. They have the power to decide who they want to represent them in Parliament.
I'm going to vote for Baba Ali Yusuf. The reasons being that Baba Ali Yusuf is a young man, and that the NPP has never won an election here in Nima for the past 34 years. For all these 34 years, it's been the NDC which has been in power, and nothing seemed to have changed. So we wanted to give a fresh limp, a new start, so that we see what would happen. With the security services, I hope they will be fair. But on our part, as the NPP, we are determined for the first time to make sure that change has come to this community.
I made up my mind to continue to vote for the NDC because we think there's no room for them. There's nothing, they have no idea what they're going to do to this Nima. So I'll simple ask our the NDC people to come massively to vote for the NDC to continue the legacy that we have for so many years. They have no idea what it takes to rule, but we have, and we're going to continue with coming of Baba Jamal. He will do a great job.
I don't expect people to sit at home and say, I'm not going to vote because of 1, 2, or 3. If you do that, then it means that somebody would decide for you and then would make some decisions for you that you wouldn't even like. So we are well prepared. We're looking forward to voting for the right person to change the narrative of the Zongo community, because it's been far too long since we've really experienced real development in our community. My mind is made up.
We are already prepared for the upcoming event tomorrow. And as you can also see that security personnel have done their work diligently.
Well, everything appears set, security deployed, ballots are also secured. It rests on the constituents in the Ayawaso East constituency to make a decision on who they want to represent them in Parliament in the by-election that will commence in a few hours. In a few hours after it starts too, it will come to an end, and then we will know who amongst the 5 candidates represents the Ayawaso East constituency in Parliament to champion the development of the constituency. Noble Crosby, and Ayawaso East constituency, Accra.
Indeed, this is so your election command center. That was the update we brought you from last night. And I'm here with my colleague Nashako, who is currently seated with one of our guests to really go deeper into this constituency and what we need to expect today now.
Thank you, Beatrice. And yes, we're joined in studio by our former Lands and Natural Resources Minister, the Honorable Inusa Fuseni, who I've just found out is actually a member of this constituency. Honorable, you're welcome to the show today. Great to have you in studio.
Thank you, Na. Thank you for having me. Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
The lady in the video we showed just now was talking about the change which is needed in the Zongo community. And we know that Nima forms a major part of this constituency. You're not in Nima anymore, are you?
No, I don't stay in Nima anymore.
Okay. How long has it been since you left?
Well, immediately I became member of parliament.
So this
for
is,
Tamale Central. I
so
left
this
Nima.
is how many years ago?
2004, 2000, thereabouts.
This is, yeah, so more than 20
more than 20 years ago.
More than 20 years ago.
Yes, I go to Nima because it's an interesting place.
It's interesting, yeah.
Yes, yes.
I think I agree.
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends in Nima.
Yeah, it's an interesting place.
So I think I agree.
Obia.
What does that mean?
Nobody's higher than anybody. I mean, so you're free. I mean, the place is good. You meet friends. We come there, talk. Then in the evening, we depart to our homes. Yeah, it's good.
And the NDC has been, well, it's been at your stronghold for some time now.
Yes, you need to understand and when I heard the lady speaking, I said, well, she's relatively young. You need to understand Nima.
Okay.
So, I mean, Nima pitched their lot with the NDC going back to the PNDC days. There were no roads in Nima. There were no roads.
I see.
I mean, it was a giant, big slump. Nima. Then former President Rawlings said, no, we can have that in the middle of Accra, where if a person is sick and you have to get a vehicle to convey that person to hospital, they have to carry that person out before a vehicle can. So
that's how it used to be.
That's how it used to be. I mean, I can tell you a lot of stories. So that the place had to be. They have to do roads. So if you get to Nima, you will see that some roads are so narrow because they had to create roads and people had to lose their houses. That's how come many of Nima residents then went to Medina. That's where they found a place for them. If you wanted to, if you agreed to be resettled, you were resettled in Medina.
I see. So Medina is actually an offshoot of Nima.
Nima.
Okay.
Then Kawakuri Junction, you know what the meaning?
Kawakuri means give me money?
Give me money.
Okay.
The place was dangerous.
I see.
Yeah, so people stand there with cutlasses and cudgels and whatnot, and if you are passing in the middle of the night.
That's where the name came from?
Yes.
But now it's Gold House.
Now it's Gold House.
Yes.
But it's stuck, Kawakuri Junction.
Kawakuri Junction. And this was before the roads were constructed.
And we don't see that again. You can be accosted at that place.
No, it's actually a very safe, safe junction to even walk at night.
So people of Nima appreciate what the NDC, going back to the PNDC days, have done for them.
So they have a pact with the NDC?
With the NDC.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
People don't understand that because it's a long time ago. So people just take it for granted. No. It is really, really a very dangerous place to live in.
It used to be?
It used to be.
Not anymore?
No, not anymore.
It's safer now?
And good people have come out of Nima because of the investment that went into creating institutions, I know they still need a lot of things because of the way Nima was developed. You have few people having private toilet facilities.
Okay.
So you have public toilets in Nima. And if you have lived in Nima and you have patronized the public toilets, you know what I mean. Long queues.
Is that still the case?
Yes, that's still the case.
That's still the case.
That's still the case. Then sanitation. Because that place is so congested, you have been told that the voter population is 50,000 people.
Yes.
That's the voter population, people 18 and above.
Who have registered?
Who have registered.
So it's a lot more than that.
It's a lot more than that. So you can imagine the kind of waste they will generate. So the waste problem. Okay. Then schools, apart from the Nima cluster of schools, people have converted small structures into schools, private schools, because you don't have a place for that. They had a very big gutter. So many years ago, Rawlings was being ridiculed for entering into a drain and deserting the gutter. Do you remember that? Rawlings, so many years ago, entered the Nima gutter.
I remember that it was covered on the news. Yes, I remember that.
At that time, it was just, the drain was not engineered. The drain was not engineered. Now, you find that now the drain has been engineered. It's no more consuming the houses of people. It used to carry people away anytime you had a heavy downpour. So we're taking these things for granted. And then, during the first NDC in 1993, Rowley started the construction of the Nima Drain. And when I was Minister for Roads and Highways, we then started, covering the drain.
Oh, okay.
Okay, covering the drain because it was an open drain.
Okay. I see.
So when you get to the Kawakudi Junction area, going towards Pig Farm, Nima, we call it Bachingota.
Bachingota.
Yes, the end of the gata.
Okay.
Okay, you will find that we started covering the drain. Okay, so yes, there are a lot of things that are happening in Nima, and there are more to be done. I mean, Nima still needs development, I agree with her.
The young lady.
But you cannot discount what has happened in Nima.
So far.
So far.
And also now, Nima houses a very beautiful national mosque.
Yeah.
A very beautiful national
They can dance. So again, when I was Lands and Natural Resources Minister.
Let me just welcome Dr. Ramsey Inusa, who has just joined as Director of Research with the United Party. Welcome.
Thank you. Now,
Great to have you. Happy New Month.
And let me say good morning to my uncle.
Your father?
My father, that's right.
Yeah.
We bear
the same name.
The same surname.
Yes.
No,
that's
my name is
Inusa. Okay, so
I'm your father.
Yeah, that's right. My
father. Great to have you.
Yes.
Sorry, I cut you there. I just wanted to.
No, Ramsey.
Bring him in.
And that's good. But you need to. Okay, we'll talk after that.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So you were just telling us about the national mosque.
So when I was Lands and Natural Resources Minister,
yes,
then the issue of a central mosque for Accra. At that time, that was John Dramani Mahama's first term.
Okay.
So the Kanda area had been sitting there and considered as a very, a good place to build a national mosque.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the texts come in to say that they could help Ghana to build the mosque. And so His Excellency John Dramani Mahama called me and said, go look at the land, whether we could, because the land had to be earmarked for the building of a mosque.
Okay.
What he did again, because we're just going to build a mosque. I said, no, we shouldn't just build a mosque. We should add a school, an educational institution to the mosque. We should also add a clinic. Because I just told you that Nima, if you look at Nima before 1982 or 1988, around that time was the time that Rowley started the inner roads in Nima. Okay, if you look at Nima before that, amenities such as schools and whatnot, I just told you the Nima cluster of schools. Apart from that, you would not find those things. So and it will be hard, you'll be hard put to find a place for a new clinic. So when we had opportunity in Nima, we said, look, let's do a clinic there. Okay. Let's do a school there. Offer them a choice, a variety. You have the Nima class of schools that is teaching secular education. This one can teach Arabic, and they are mostly Muslims. Okay, so this is how we brought development to Nima.
And that is how the people of Nima have come to have some kind of a silent pact with the NDC.
Yes. The first MP was living. I was at Kusonto line.
Kusonto line.
Kusonto
line. Yes. What does Kusonto mean?
I don't know the meaning, but you know Kusonto line.
No, I'm not.
Nima.
No.
He's not a Zongo boy.
You are where?
Well, I will not say. I definitely hail from the Zongos. I would not dissociate myself from Zongos. Well, I would say Newtown.
Newtown, okay.
My grandfather once lived in Newtown.
Okay.
Accra, Newtown.
Yes, of blessed memory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and so definitely I'm not going to say I am not.
But so Nima Newtown,
person.
Nima Newtown are almost the same, except that Accra Newtown is an offshoot of the. You know, when during Buzia's time there were displacements in Accra, and then the people were moving.
Yes.
From Accra proper to settle in Newtown.
Okay.
And then, in fact, the first people who started moving were, I think, Lagosians. So another name for
Lagosians.
Yes, another name
who
for
are Lagosians?
people from Lagos.
Lagos.
Yes.
Lagosians.
Yes. Another name for Newtown is Lagos Town. Okay.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
So that's it. And you will see that there is that crossing. Many people from Nima maintain relations with people in Newtown.
Newtown, that's right.
And then you just need to slope down the hill up to the gutter. When you climb the gutter, you are in Nima.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see, so that's my area, so I know that place.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the history. I'm enjoying the history you're giving us about the place, especially Medina being an offshoot of
when they did the roads.
I see.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get into it a little further. We're going to be joined shortly by Musa Dankwa, who has given us numbers to look at in respect of today's by-elections. And the numbers run very favorably for the NDC. And Honorable Inusa Fuseni is just telling us why that is so, or the possible reasons that is so for the NDC, giving the history, the political history of this area, this constituency, Ayawaso East, which houses the famous Nima, houses the Jubilee House, houses TV3, houses some other major landmarks in the city of Accra. Today is a big day, it's a by-election day, and polls are open now. Polls opened officially at 7 a.m. and will remain open till 5 p.m. this evening. We're expecting just a little under 50,000 registered voters to turn up at the various polling stations this morning. There are 114 polling stations. So if you're in the neighborhood, please know which one is closest to you, which one you're supposed to vote at, and you can make your way to the polling station now, cast your vote, and leave immediately. You may return later during counting, and also stay within the parameters that the police have provided to ensure that this by-election is run smoothly without any altercations, any security problems. And Mr. Richard Kumada will be joining us, our security consultant will be joining us soon to give us more on security. But in studio now, we've been joined by the man with the numbers, Mr. Musa Dankwa with Global Info Analytics. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Great to have you.
Good to be here again.
We've seen your very big numbers that you've put out, and we're looking forward to you giving us more information about it. There are very few surprises if the history of the constituency is anything to go by. But let me come to you, Ramsey. We know that, Dr. Ramsey, I beg your pardon, we know that the elections have started. Well, voting has started this morning. What are your expectations?
Well, let me say a good morning to Musa Dankwa. And looking at his polls, I think that Musa Dankwa is one of the credible pollsters in the country, which are called with much respect. And so, taking into consideration the current polls that we have, I think that Baba Jamal might sail through. And indeed, now, going forward, I think that our elections and the laws guiding our elections and the institutions given the fiduciary duty to ensure that each and every political party upholds to the laws or regulations as far as our elections are concerned ought to be dealt with, because we cannot always allow our elections to turn into auctions, right, and marketplaces, because elections are a social contract between the voter and the person who is seeking that office, political office. And definitely leading to this elections, we saw some repugnant acts perpetrated by some political actors, which indeed influence Musa Dankwa's polls and projections. And he's here, he can concur to what I'm saying. And so going forward, I think that the laws are clear. If you look at PNDC Law 284, the Representation of the People's Law, Section 33, 34, and 35 are clear on how people must conduct themselves as far as elections are concerned. And so we need a very strong, robust police institution to crack the whip. The Electoral Commission should also be strengthened to crack the whip. And indeed, I am glad that the NDC has come out to criticize this issue. It's not any person but the majority leader held a press conference to criticize this repugnant act. So I am thinking that going forward, the NDC should lay a bill to strengthen the existing laws that we have certain lacunas in there. Because some lawyers have argued that the Political Parties Act does not really state certain misbehaviors as far as vote buying is concerned. And rather, it's the PNDC Law 284.
Yeah.
And so if that is the case, then we should amend the Political Parties Act to also stipulate internal party elections in there so that we make it clear and not be coupled with ambiguity in this regard. So I think that knowing that it's a month of Ramadan, I know that my people will behave very well and that we are not going to expect any ill activity. And of course, let me tell you that the divisional commander of NIMA is a very competent police officer. And then that of the Kotobabi District Command, DSP Georgina Sabi, is a very competent police officer. And so I know that they would uphold to the highest levels of professionalism in mitigating any crisis that would bedevil this by-election.
Yes, and the Ghana police have actually given their assurance that they are on the ground and all that is needed to ensure that we have a very smooth running of today's election will be put in place. So we're also joined in studio by the former MP of Doma West. Good morning, Honorable Ali Maiga. Thank you so much.
Good morning, my sister.
For joining us. Great to have you.
Happy to be here too. And good morning to my senior, Honorable Minister of State, and Musa Danko and my brother.
Since we left Parliament, I've not seen.
Yeah, we haven't met. How's everything going?
You can't complain. Yeah.
Well, great to have you, sir.
Great to have you too.
Today is a big day. Musa Danko has put out some numbers regarding how the polls would turn out potentially this evening after 5 p.m. Over 75% for the NDC, Baba Jamal, and about 23% for the NPP. How does that strike you?
Good morning to your viewers. We know, as in MPP, we know the history favors the NDC, no doubt about that. Since they've held the seat since 1992. But we are sure of putting a surprise today.
Surprises?
Okay. Winning the seat for the first time. What I'm praying for and hope that we conduct the election peacefully.
Yes.
We don't want to see a repeat of Ablekuma North and a repeat of what happened in Ayawaso. Our democracy is growing and it must grow. And I expect political actors to behave according to the law. As my brother I was saying, I don't expect there will be vote buying today. There have been allegations, I've heard allegations about sharing of oil and rice.
This morning?
Yes, I think it started last night, but I don't have evidence to.
Is that so?
To prove it, but
okay.
I think as politicians, running for political office in this country has become very expensive, very, very expensive. To be honest with you, and my fear is that if we don't take care very soon, there will be a cabal that will hijack our political space, and that's going to be dangerous for us. I heard my brother saying about there's a lacuna in the law. I'm not sure there's a lacuna in the law. We have laws to punish these things.
But the problem have argued, not myself.
As a lawyer myself, I don't see a lacuna there. But the problem I see is the political will to punish.
The political will to punish.
Of course. What NDC did wasn't born out of a good faith.
Really?
They were doing it because the system candidate didn't win. And if we look at what they did and the report, and if you read the report, in fact, they knew the timelines for the filing of the nomination. They knew. Mm-hmm. But they went ahead and instituted an inquiry. Then they came back to tell us that because of timing, they couldn't act.
The inquiry was based on the vote buying.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But they knew. They knew that there was time for their candidate to file. But they went ahead, because the electoral commission had released their deadlines. But they went ahead and instituted the inquiry. Then they came back and told us that they couldn't do anything because of the deadline. So for me, it's just for the optics. Just for the optics. But
why would they do this for the optics to hurt their own party? Because it was not against the NPP or any other party. It was an internal matter.
Of course.
And the majority leader spoke about it. The general secretary spoke about it. They put together a committee to investigate it.
I didn't hear the general secretary speaking about it. I didn't hear. As for the majority, yes. And I'm saying that majority did that because the system didn't like a particular candidate.
The system didn't like a particular candidate.
But the
candidate who won.
Exactly. So that's what they did. But the party had to come in to support the government because they thought, let's do something to cover up. However, the timelines betrayed them. Because you can't tell me that you found wrongdoing and you can't punish the person because you have time to file. As a political party, you have every power to replace your candidate. You can do that. If I did themselves said...
To replace the candidate with another election?
They can do that.
With another election?
And even if they...
With the timelines in mind?
And even they meant it. They probably say, for some reason, we are opting out. They had options. Not that they didn't have options. They had options. But all that they did was for the optics.
I see. Well, let's come to Musa Dankwa. Musa Dankwa, always great to have you in studio with us.
Today you defy your numbers.
That's what the MPP is saying, that they're going to pull a surprise in spite of the numbers you put out. Can you quickly take us through the reports that you put out?
Right. If you look at NEMA and its demography, largely about 24% of them are Mole Dagbanis.
Mole Dagbani.
Yes. To understand what's going to happen today, look at demography of NEMA. About 14% are Hausa-speaking people. Chamba is about 12%. Akans 10%. Gadang be around 8%. The Kotokoli is around 8%. The Grushi around 7%. The Evers around 4%. He mentioned Kusuntu. Kusuntus are about 2% or thereabout in the sample. And these are Kusuntu.
Where are they from?
Kusuntu Lai, the Kusuntu Lai that you're talking about.
Oh,
that's where.
So it's actually a tribe.
It's a tribe.
Okay.
These are ethnic groups that traditionally vote for NDC.
Okay.
That's why NEMA has always been an NDC stronghold. And again, Medina is an offshoot of NEMA. As you mentioned, when they were building the highway, people that were relocating from NEMA came to Medina.
Okay.
And in the Medina Zongo itself, not the Medina old town. The Zongo is where it harbored or it took the NEMA people who were moving. When you come to Medina Zongo, it reflects the same demographic that we have just mentioned to you.
Okay.
Now, in the last election, MPP got about 28% of the vote.
In Nima?
In Nima.
Or in Ayawaso East?
In Ayawaso East.
Okay.
And the NDC got around 71%. Now, the current polling data shows that the NDC is doing around 75%. That's about 4% above what they got in 2024.
What's accounting for the increase?
You will let me finish first.
Okay.
Now, when you come to the MPP, around 21% now, but they got 28% in the last election. What is happening with the MPP vote is that some of them are voting for NDC candidate. and some are voting for the independent candidates.
Okay.
Only 88% of MPP voters are voting for their own. 88%. Whereas NDC is about 96%. Now, to understand why MPP has gone down, if you look at the polling data, about 81% of the respondents say Ghana is headed in the right direction. 81%. Compared to around 18% who said wrong direction. On the performance of the president, about similar percentage, 81% said he's doing well, approve of his performance. 18% disapprove. Now, the party affiliation in Nema per the poll is about 75% NDC. So if you look at what NDC got, 75%, and their party affiliation, 75%.
Okay.
But raw number doesn't always tell the entire story. MPP is about 15%, but they are getting 21% of the vote. The floating voters are around 9%. Now, what is happening is that MPP has gotten a bigger chunk of the floating voters this time around in Nema. So it's pushed them from 15% to 21% in the overall results of the poll. Now, I don't see a miracle happening in Nema. I mean, around this time, where the political environment really doesn't favor MPP. So if there should be a miracle, I don't think it's Nema that we should expect a miracle to come from.
The 81% who say the country is moving in the right direction, are they the general population or
Yes.
MPP supporters?
No. This is the
general
voters
population
of Ajawasu East, yes.
of Ayawaso East. Say
Yes.
the country is moving in the right direction.
Absolutely.
And because of that, it has lost NPP some of its voters to the NDC.
Yes.
All right. How about the independent candidate, the one who broke away from the NDC?
Yeah. Surprisingly,
Umaru,
he's not
Sanda.
doing as well as people thought he would do. You know, sometimes when you hear this noise, or he will do well, it could be that in one electoral area he may do well, but overall the effect will be negligible. At the moment, we see him do around 3%. And that is happening around Nema West. That's where he's doing well. Nema West electoral. I don't know where he lives. So you can see that if he lives in Nema West, then he gets some numbers from Nema West. So you could see the area that he would do well. In the rest of the areas, we don't see him showing at all. One area we also looked at this morning or today would be 37 Military Hospital, where the race is very close between MPP and NDC. But still NDC is edging MPP in that electoral area.
Okay. Perhaps Inusaf Hussein would tell us why Umaru broke away and how it affects the party, if it does at all. But we're going to continue to bring you live footage from the ground, from the various polling stations in the constituency. And Beatrice Edu is on standby to connect us with our reporters on the ground. Beatrice.
Indeed, Nashoko. Let's go to our colleague, Stanley Nibleu, who is in one of the polling stations, joining us live. Stanley, if you can tell us which of the polling stations you're at and what's happening there.
Okay, so Beatrice, currently...
I'm currently stationed at the Nema Roman Catholic Center. And here at this auditorium, it is hosting
three of these centers, the voting centers. And so the one behind me is the Center 3. And there are two other centers also dotted on this compound. And I must say that here at this center, Roman, the polling center behind me, we are expecting some 169 registered voters to show up to exercise their franchise. And then also when you go to Center 1, we are also expecting 223 of the registered voters to also show up and to also exercise their franchise to elect their representative to the legislature. And then also at Center 2, where there are some 190 of these people being expected to go through the process and also elect their legislature, their parliamentarian to the legislature. I must tell you that exactly at 7 a.m. the process kick-started, and as I speak, more than 30 of the voters had actually shown up to cast their ballots at Center 3. At Center 2, we have 16 individuals also moving in to cast their ballot as well. Same apply to Center 1. I must tell you that this place is very serene. Everything is going on smoothly, and security arrangement is also top notch because there has been barricades all over, and it has been arranged in such a way that once a voter is able to walk in through this center, you are not allowed to go out of this center from where you came from. There is another place that has been designated for you to go out and then exit the polling center. And so this is what is happening here. I must tell you that when you come here, a lot of police personnel from the IGP's, the IGP and the Police Management Board had actually constituted an election task force that are here on the ground to ensure that at the end of the day, everything goes on successfully. And so, so far, it's been so good. It's early day yet. We are expecting that a lot more people will show up to exercise their franchise. When you walk through the town, you could realize that a lot more people are going about their normal routine as if nothing is happening. When you come to the center is virtually empty because when you vote, you are not allowed to stay here, because they believe that when you stay here, you could foment trouble. So immediately you finish casting your ballot, you are allowed to exit the premises, and then you go away. And so currently we have a number of people, dignitaries, trooping in and out to also observe the process. Someone that I would like to speak to few moments from now will be Mr. Kokwa Nyidoho. He is the former General Secretary of the NDC, and today he is serving as an observer here at the Nima Center. He's actually moving from polling station to polling station, and currently he's here at the Nima Roman Catholic Center 123. And so I would like to approach him and also speak to him and get his thoughts about what he makes of the arrangement that had been put in place, especially the security arrangement, the processes, how the processes had actually fared so far.
Details about such vote buying.
What do you make of the whole arrangements, the arrangements prior to these elections and currently the arrangements for these elections? What's going on currently?
Like I said, as an experienced person myself, having been in this business for close to 3 decades, as an active participant myself over a long period, then now both as an international ECOWAS elections observer and as a local observer here, I am happy with what I'm seeing. Like I said earlier on, the election management body, the electoral commission, now I had to be accredited. And this is also key, that the EC is not stepping down its accreditation processes because it's a by-election. And so kudos to the EC. So they are still focused. Now they gave me 2 of these. So this is for the general monitoring. Then there's another one which allows me entry into the collation center. So it means that the EC is on top of what it is doing, even though it's a by-election. And for me as an observer, those are the things that is the technical things that I look out for, that the EC is not asleep because it's a by-election. So it means the EC is very much awake. And so it means that only accredited people will be able to enter the collation center, which is good. So then the police is able to monitor who are coming. So we don't get any agents provocateurs walking in there and misconducting themselves and creating confusion. So that's a plus for the EC as the EMB. Then, of course, like I said, the voting material came on time. Voting processes started here on time, and I believe that elsewhere it started on time. The candidates or the contestants have their agents, all over the place. So that's on the side of the EC. Then the security side is the heavy police presence. And if you know, and I'm sure you know, that the ones we see in uniform, there are more of them who are not in uniform. You are aware. So nobody should take it for granted.
Some of these by-elections have been characterized by violence.
Oh, yes. But Abelekuma North one, and I think Ayawasu West Wogon in times past, But first of all, people get embarrassed. Even if you don't get punished by law, you get embarrassed. Because in this day and age, if I walk in here and I'm misbehaving, social media, 2 minutes, I'm out there. The embarrassment is mine, first of all. The disgrace is mine, first of all. Then the people who will now be calling for punishment. So I don't want to believe that people, well, of course, you have miscreants in society, you have deviants. If that's what they want to do today, to mar the electoral process, I can assure them that between you, the media, between us, observers, and of course, the security services, will not allow any such thing to happen. No. Let's finish this thing properly, nicely, and just clear today and move on. That's it. And I think so. So, yeah, anything we see which is wrong, we will speak. Between you, the media, us observers, and the police. So if somebody wants to be a hero, quote and unquote, on a day like this, because there are people who think all different ways, that's their own business. But when you end up behind bars, don't expect anybody to cry for you. And so I am happy with what is going on so far. So I've done a bit of it. So I'm now going to move into Nima proper, then hit the Mamobi stretch and a bit of the Roman Ridge area, and then do some. I'm around the constituency. Like I said, I have accreditation for the coalition center as well, and I believe that we will meet at that point and then observe that process as well.
Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure.
Yeah, so that is the General Secretary, the former General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. Yeah, he has been expressing his thoughts about what he has observed here so far since the process began. But I would also like to dwell a little bit more on the security arrangements. And as a matter of fact, I want to take you outside of these premises to see how the security arrangements have been on the ground so far. But before then, I must also let viewers know that a total of 49,966 registered voters are expected to vote throughout the constituency. And per what we have seen so far, like I did indicated, people are just going about their normal routine in the community as if nothing is happening. But indeed, today is a day that the people of Ayawaso East are to elect their representative to the legislature following the demise of the then sitting MP, Mahama Nasa Toure. So, yeah, so this is how the security arrangement looks outside of the auditorium. So when you come here, it does appear that during the Akwetia by-election, the IGP and the Police Management Board introduced the Black Maria into the election. And it looks as if this is going to be replicated. This initiative is going to be sustained going forward. And so when you come to these premises, right from the Nima roundabout, there is an armored vehicle stationed over there, which tells you that the police is very combatant, ready to face off with anybody or a group of individuals that may harbor or hatch the idea of coming into any of the polling centers to foment trouble. They are very ready to face off with them. So right from the Nima roundabout, barricades had been erected all the way to the market area. And like I did indicate, armored vehicle is stationed at both ends, and police officers in their numbers have also been deployed to the ground, and they are providing security. So before you go into the premises or the voting centers to go and vote, at the gate, two entry points have been actually provided. One is the entry point, and one is going to serve as the exit area. So what you walk in through to you walk in through one lane to the center, and then you exit through the other lane. And so all the people you are seeing coming out have gone in to exercise their franchise, and they are exiting the place peacefully. Polls are expected to close around 5, so that counting and sorting would also follow suit.
All right. right, Stanley, thank you very much for bringing us that report. Obviously, we'll come back to you for you to tell us exactly how people are casting their ballot to elect a parliamentary, an MP, as it were, to the House. And that was my colleague Stanley Nible reporting live from the Roman Catholic Church, which is actually at the Nima roundabout, not too far from the market, as well as the police station and all the centers that have been created within that polling station, just to ensure that there's a bit of orderliness. And you saw the barricades as well on the outside of the Catholic Church as well, and what happened within. Of course, that election observer, Koku Anyido, who also giving us his perspective of things. We'll be bringing you a lot more from that polling station, as well as the other 114 polling stations across the country. But for now, I'm going back to Nashoko, who is on the panel with a guest. Now, it looks like things have started quite well, on a quiet note. Hopefully, it continues like that until the winner is declared at the end of the day.
Yes, the streets look pretty quiet, and I told you this morning when I was driving to work, it's the drive from the Kaukudi roundabout or junction all the way through Nima to TV3 was very quiet, and I thought to myself, we're going to have a very quiet day today, peaceful run of the elections. If what I saw this morning, what we have just seen on the screens, the assurance the police have given us and the assurance the EC have given us is anything to go by. It will end on a very peaceful, good note, all things being equal. We'll keep coming back to you, Beatrice, to connect us to our correspondents on the ground to know exactly what's happening. But back to studio now. Our guests are still here, and Musa Dankwa was in the middle of giving us just a bit of further information on the report that you've put out on today's election.
Yeah, so basically, we don't expect any surprise in Nima. But one thing that is also worthy of mentioning is the issue of the vote buying and how the voters are looking at it. About 83% of voters were very concerned with what happened in the NDC primaries.
Okay.
Only 15% were not concerned about it. So it means that people are discerning and they don't want to see these things continue. However, when you ask them whether it's going to influence them in today's vote, 80% said no. So they know.
But do they participate? Did you ask them if they participate on the receiving end?
No, these are not delegates. These are general voters.
Okay, you mean for today's election?
For this election, yes.
All right.
We asked them whether they were satisfied with what they saw in the NDC primaries. Whether they were concerned about money, and generally they are not happy with what is happening happening in the primaries.
Okay.
And the general use of money in elections. But when we ask them if what happened in the primaries would influence them today, 80% said no.
Okay.
So they will still go vote with their party, but they are saying they're not happy with what they saw.
Okay.
And that should be a lesson or a message to the party itself, that this cannot continue going forward. And we have so many primaries coming in the future.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't handle things well, I think there could be a backlash with the voters.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let me come back to you, Honorable Inusa Hussaini. Musa Dankwa has just spoken about the primaries and what happened, the allegations of vote buying, visuals of some delegates receiving what appeared to be television sets, money, and so on. Now, the party took steps after these videos came out and these allegations came out to first condemn the action. The majority leader did so. And then a 3-member committee was put together to investigate the matter. At the end of the day, we see that the party, the candidate who won, is still representing the party in today's elections, because at the end of the committee investigations and so on, no real sanctions have been meted out. Honourable Member Honourable Ali says that the party did this just for the sake of it. No real intention to punish the perpetrators was intended. How do you respond to that?
Well, NDC is a social democratic party. Has got values, is guided by its ethics and principles and philosophy. I'm not surprised that 80% of the people in Nayawasu who basically NDC members said that they were not happy. Their dissatisfaction with what happened in the primaries is manifested by the responses of the NDC. The president wrote a letter withdrawing Baba Jamal, recalling Baba Jamal from Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
That was punitive. Okay? And the parliament issued a letter condemning in very serious terms. And they actually calling for annulment of the elections.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The party itself, the first in the history of this country, issued a letter condemning what has happened. We're just being true to our philosophy, our core essence as a party. Never has it happened in this country. The party did not only condemn it, it went ahead and established a committee, and I was a member of the committee. Gave us 72 hours. And it's not true that MPP will say that, because we've seen things happen in the NPP, but no finger has been raised before.
What is not true?
It's not true that it was established just to whitewash. It's not true.
Is it because the party or the candidate that the party was hoping would win did not win? Did the party have a choice of candidate?
I say that the party had a choice. And our recommendation captured that. Look, it's unfortunate. Baba Jamal was not the target of the investigation. He was not. I can say it here on the platform, and probably Musa Danko will confirm, that all the candidates except one treated the delegates.
As in, were engaged in vote buying?
Except one.
Who?
Najib Shani. And he got 1 vote. Now, I can also tell you that Baba Jamal was not the worst culprit.
He was not the worst culprit?
No.
Who was the worst culprit?
I won't mention.
No, you should tell us.
No.
So, in the spirit of
the problem is that 2 problems, highlighted his issue. One, because he publicly admitted that those things were happening. Gift. He publicly admitted. I think you were living in Kukuland.
I watched the video.
No. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that he was a highly placed official of state before his recall. And so to whom much is given, much is expected.
But he was not the worst culprit?
No.
Someone gave more than television?
Yes.
We are curious.
Again, that goes to confirm what Musa Danko has found. That, yes, even though, candidates give gifts, and by the law, without anything to add, without any other evidence, it's called inducement. Okay? And the law frowns upon it.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that inducement will work to change the outcome of votes.
According to Busadanko, he did.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
According to him.
No,
he says in respect of today's election.
Okay, I thought you said the
Yeah.
Well, it did. It did. Because there was a candidate who had contested twice before. The first time he got 138 or so votes in the Nima primaries. The second time he got 200 and over. So he was expecting that this time he would do better. He had his worst performance in this by-election primaries. And he also says that because of the level of inducement and vote buying, that was why his votes came down. So yes. But all the delegates were treated by all the candidates. But why did the votes manifest itself in that way? Again, you cannot take it out from, away from delegates that they actually know who to vote for, whether you give them or not. 3, when we concluded the investigations, our recommendation was simple. NDC could annul.
Why?
The elections because we thought that the elections had been tainted. The primaries had been tainted by those illegalities. But we drew attention to the legal hurdles because you can't deal with a wrong by perpetuating a wrong. You can't do that. You can't deal with impunity with another impunity.
And what impunity would that have been?
First of all, elections were conducted by electoral commission. There is a results testified by the electoral commission. Is it the case that a political party can annul results certified by the electoral commission as being valid?
Are you saying you had no power?
No.
Because those candidates.
No, please. We are not. You see,
candidate.
we are saying, why you do the candidate? What does it mean?
No.
So, I always say, the self-authorizing act of a political party in circumstances of that nature will have political force. I don't disagree with that. But will it be founded on legal, rational foundation?
Was there no way you could work with the Electoral Commission if you wanted this result?
So again, let me come back again what we found, because I was privileged to be part of the committee, so I can tell you. I don't expect any disturbances to come out of today's by-election. Because you know why?
Why?
During the primaries, the elections were organized in such a way that by the Electoral Commission, that candidates actually went and voted at the voting stations, at the voting center, without the Electoral Commission seeing any malfeasance. Any malfeasance. In fact, even the candidates, some of the candidates came before the committee and said, lawyer, the elections were free and fair. Some of the candidates. Why? Because they had put in place institutional measures to ensure that no one could intimidate, coerce, bribe a delegate at the point of voting. You could not even provide food to delegates at the voting center. You could not. And so everything went on smoothly until the end.
You are talking about the primaries.
The primaries. So I do not, and if NDC has the largest share of the votes in Nima, it stands to reason that if they have been able to conduct themselves this way in the primary, if they replicate that conduct, nothing will happen in Nima. That's the thing. And Nima has known that. Actually, Nima hasn't got that history. Yes, there could be people could see them as being unruly at times, but in elections, Nima hasn't got that history. Now, why is Umar not doing well?
Wait, before you come to Maro, let's just stay on the primaries for a minute there.
Okay.
When the NDC put together that committee to look into the allegations of vote buying, a lot of Ghanaians were keen on what the results of the committee would be, because the problem of vote buying and monetization of our politics has been one that we have been complaining about for many years, and we hoped that perhaps the results of this committee's report or whatever punitive actions you put out will serve as a deterrent to, future occurrences.
Yeah.
Among other things, because this issue of vote buying is one that is corrupting our electoral process. How this was handled would have determined how other elections, would have been carried out. Even the candidates themselves are complaining that our electoral process has become way too expensive. And it affects all of us because eventually, should the candidates win, we know that they are going to recoup that money somehow. All of the money that they put in. Because surely it's the expectation and it is what happens. So the results of the committee, the committee results, you were the chairperson.
No.
Oh, you were the chairperson of some...
Tutubi Kwachi was the chairperson.
Yes, but you chaired some aspect of it.
No, I was just the one who was...
you were named, and I think you were not named at all.
I was named, but not as a chairperson. I was named as a member of the committee.
You were named as a member of the committee only. All right. So would you agree with me, or gentlemen on the panel, that the way, I know you have already told us what you think, but the way the results or the report of the committee came as a disappointment to a lot of Ghanaians who expected this committee's report and the punitive measures that you put out to put our future candidates on the right path. We needed to see something definitive happen.
Repeating mistakes has never ever been considered as experience.
How is that going to be a mistake?
Please. We don't do things because we want to do them that way. We must do things because they have a foundation. This is a country of law. And that is why the Constitution says that political parties must conduct themselves in accordance with the democratic tenets.
Exactly.
So if you are a political party and the Electoral Commission conducts an election, certify the elections as free, fair, and credible, and you cancel the results.
So why did you set up the committee?
No, first of all, you cancel the results.
No, fair and credible.
We told them they could withdraw, they could annul. But I'm just telling you the governance implications. If you do that, the larger, broader issue is that you are weakening the institution.
So that comes back to my question.
So, don't ask the
But
question.
you went ahead and did the inquiry.
Well, we didn't know that.
Oh, we didn't know this?
No, we didn't know that.
You didn't know what?
We didn't know that. We, first of all, we wanted the committee was a
power to annul the
No.
But you went ahead and recommended it.
Please, the committee was a fact-finding committee.
But you
and when, please, you must listen. I don't think you will be good for an investigative committee because you will have preconceived notions of what you want to do.
No.
So you gather the facts and you apply the facts to the law and provide your recommendations.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
So I can tell you as a matter of fact that when we started, we said, oh, NDC must be looking for another candidate. Please.
1 minute.
Please, I'm just telling you, when we started, we said, oh, NDC must be looking for another. If we want, like you have said, Ghanaians expected something drastic to happen. But when we completed the investigations and put our findings against the law to be able to recommend, we found bottlenecks, we found hindrances, we found obstacles. And it is our duty to bring those obstacles as an investigative body before the party and allow the party to take a decision.
Okay, so
that's what we did.
Let me ask a honorable question.
Yes.
Honorable, the decision not to withdraw, not to annul the results.
We didn't take the decision.
I'm coming.
We didn't take the decision.
I'm coming. No, listen, honorable, I'm coming. Let me finish the question.
Okay.
The decision taken by the party not to annul the results because of timing, was it your recommendation?
So
did you recommend to the party that they should not annul the result because the timing is
No.
But you recommended to the party that they could annul the result.
Yes.
So if you knew that per the law you have no power to annul the result, why did you go ahead to recommend it?
Well, so you are talking about the party or the committee?
The committee.
No. How?
Because you knew.
No. So
you
let
just said it here.
Please, let me. No, it's not argument. You have asked the question. Let me.
No, let me.
Please. I was on the floor. No, so.
Okay.
So the fact is, you recommend the party could annul the results. You have a duty.
Said that the party could not do that.
No.
You just said it. Now, you just said it.
Allow him to explain.
You know, the recommendation, and I want you to open your mind. The recommendation was that the party could annul. But in annulling the results, the party should take these things into consideration. One, the Electoral Commission's certifying the results. What will be the legal ramification? Two, we looked at the whole NDC constitution. There was no provision in the constitution that granted anybody, any structure of the party, the power to annul. The nearest was Article 52 of the NDC constitution, which said that in the absence of a provision directly dealing with a situation in the constitution, the National Executive Committee can provide for how it should be dealt with. So that's the NEC. We were not a committee of NEC. We were a committee of FEC. So we recommended that they could escalate this problem to NEC to determine how this matter must be dealt with in accordance with the Constitution. Three, we said in doing all these things, and we submitted the recommendations less than 24 hours to filing. In doing all these things, they should also have recourse to determine whether or not NDC wants to contest the election. Okay? And because they might be running out of time. But the decision was for FEC to take. FEC could decide that, okay, we're not going to contest. We're escalating the matter to NEC to show us how to deal with the situation. Okay? But you must follow a constitutional order of the party. And that is what the decision the party took. The party said, well, because of the exigencies of time, we deprecate what has happened in Nima, we condemn same vehemently, but because of the exigencies of time, we are allowing the candidate who won the election to go. I also say, after listening to them, I also say it appears to me to be justice. When you look at John Rawls's theory of justice, justice as fairness. Because, is it because the candidate won? Is it because he won? Because if you pulled him out, if you annul the results, he suffers the most because he won. But he probably was not the worst culprit. Okay, so again, would it be just to do that? I mean, after listening to the party...
Would it be just to allow the candidate who won to go ahead to run in the by-election, knowing very well that he's guilty of these
He's not guilty.
electoral...
We're not a criminal.
I mean, when I say guilty, I use the word loosely.
Yeah.
But knowing very well that the things that he has been... The electoral... practices that he has been accused of partaking in are in fact true, according to the committee's report. So you do nothing because of the exigencies of time.
We didn't do nothing. We said, look, so because of the exigencies of time...
I'm going to come to you, but I'd have to come to Dr. Ramsey before coming to you. So you just
we said that because of that, the committee was now given extended time with an expanded membership to look at how to come out with regulations, because what we saw...
The regulations exist.
They don't exist. I'll tell you why they don't exist.
Tell me why.
We're not looking at the Constitution, the CI 127. We're not looking at the political party. No, because we are not political parties are not criminal investigative bodies. But political parties have regulations to guide and regulate the conduct of members of the party and also candidates who partake in primaries. What we saw was a giant lacuna in the regulations. Why? Because when a person contests for primaries, when he contested for primaries and won his party's primaries, and his party put him out for the elections, what regulations guided his conduct from the time that he won the primaries to the time of the voting? We saw that in NDC, we didn't have it. So the candidate who won, who won the primaries, or who put himself up as a candidate and attended the vetting process and came out successful to contest, what were the regulations that were regulating his conduct up to the time of the primaries?
Okay.
So we said we must develop that, okay, and ensure that the fact that you win, the fact that you are vetted and approved to take part in the party's primaries doesn't end the game.
Okay.
You must be regulated by the party, and that if you do certain things, the party can withdraw your candidature.
Now, I keep indulgence. Just 1 minute.
If you're going to ask him a question, I'm not coming back to
just
you.
1 minute. Just 1 minute, I beg. With your indulgence. Now, my senior and I are all lawyers. If you are investigating, you look at the facts, then you apply the law, and based on that, you make your recommendations. Now, Honorable Minister is telling us that they recommended something that their party had no power to execute. That's what he's telling us today, because the recommendations were clear that the party could annul the results. So if you knew that your party could not annul the results based on our legal regime or the Electoral Commission, on what basis did you make that recommendation? Ooh. So if honorable, listen.
No, I'm listening. I'm not saying anything.
Yes. Because you could have known that although if the party wants to annul the results, the party could not, because there are bottlenecks that the party must go through. So you don't make that recommendations. That's why I said that all that you did was just for the optics. Nothing more. Just for the optics.
So you see, it's a fallacy.
I'm not arguing with you. It's a fallacy. Please let him finish, and I'll come to
tend to discount when I said that there was a regime or a system candidate.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. When Baba Jama was withdrawn, isn't it? In fact, Baba Jama was pronounced guilty before the committee because he was withdrawn based on according to him, based on the admissions that he made on the tape. But there's also a candidate who Honorable said also a corporate. But the committee never recommended that her appointment must be revoked. They didn't recommend.
But he didn't mention who the candidate who did more was. Or did he mention?
You see, but he has not read the report.
I don't know.
I've read the report.
No, you have not read the report. You have not read the report.
No recommendation for revocation of your appointment. There's no recommendation.
Do you know who the candidate who did more?
We're not, you see.
Who did more?
We did not recommend her for her appointment.
Mega. When you are set up as a committee, you are given terms of reference.
I will come back to you and then you can respond. Dr. Ramsey, please, you have the floor.
I'm talking about law. I'm not talking about personal idiosyncrasies. I'm talking about law.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
All right.
Now, I'm surprised Honorable Mega from the MPP has, for want of a better word, gotten the moral right to discuss voter inducement in internal party primaries. I'm so surprised.
Why?
The MPP has no moral right in discussing such matters because they are complicit in this act. I quite remember that their flag bearer, the former Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, stood on one podium to say that he single-handedly bought 300 Nissan Navara pickups for the party. I'll pose it to Musa Dankwa because he's neutral.
But was it a vote buying attempt?
Just to ensure that he sails through as the candidate. Oh, but that's the case.
That's a lie.
That's the case.
No, that's a lie.
How much? Please, can I make my point? No. Let me make my point.
Became the flag bearer.
Let me make my point. It was when he wanted to become the flag. That was when. No. Let me make my point, please. Let me make my point.
I'll come to you.
Now, we all know how much the vice president earns, right? Now, let us do the mathematics. How much is the cost of one Nissan Navara pickup?
Can you imagine?
Multiply that one by 300. Where did he get the money from? Indeed. Now, and I concur with my uncle this morning that there are lacunas in the law which we need to tighten. Going forward, the United Party wants to see a stringent enforcement regime of the existing laws and, of course, amendment of our Political Parties Act. And even put a cap on political party financing.
Yeah.
A cap on it.
Yeah.
And also, now, ensure that there's transparency where they get their monies from, the sources of their campaign funds. Because you could rightly look at the CDD report for 2020 that stated that for a presidential candidate, you need at least $100 million. But it shot up to $200 million in 2024. So clearly, these are the issues that are crippling.
Normal and 20 million.
Well, then you should show us where Bawumia got the 300. No, this is a CDD report. It says that you need so both of you.
So I ask you a question.
Both of you.
And $200 million before.
It says it projected that you need 200 million CDD report, not according to me. I made reference to CDD report.
Bawumia could not buy the pickups.
Of course, because how much does the vice president earn? How much does the vice president earn? He said that he single-handedly financed the party and bought 300 Navara pickups.
He said single-handedly.
Of course, that's what he said.
Okay.
How much does he earn as a vice president to be able to conduct that? But I'm not surprised.
Let him finish his point.
I'm not surprised because during his tenure, a businessman who used his capital to import rice into this country had his rice stolen by this office of the vice president and shared among party people in the form of salary rice. So I'm not surprised. So when Mega is here, he should be careful. Yes, he should be humble because your hands are not clean.
Yeah, you should be humble.
Your hands are not clean.
You're not humble at all.
Your hands are not clean. Yeah. I am disappointed with the outcome of what happened.
Yeah.
Even with the committee by the NDC. Yeah. But at least they set up a committee to inquire about this issue, which, I mean, we should give credit to them in that manner. But, of course, I am utterly disappointed that they were not able to annul or disqualify all the candidates and bring in new candidates. Indeed. I mean, Honorable Inusa Fuseni said that they were doing just to the matter. But I think that you could have even taken these candidates to court to disqualify them, that the NDC would even be the plaintiff in this matter against its own. That would have even looked well in the eyes of the public and even given the NDC some form of credibility in the eyes of the public. So yes, going forward, I think that Parliament has the onus to do just to this matter. They should amend the existing laws that we have, the Political Parties Act, and also ensure that they give the EC that enough mandate and power to crack the whip. And of course, we all need a collective political will to bring an end to monocracy in our democratic dispensation.
Thank you, Doc. Let me come to you, Musa Danquah. You yourself are not exempt from the people who suffered as a result of this monetization and vote buying. You had, according to your polls, a candidate who you projected to win. But is it because of the vote buying that the results of your poll went the other way?
Look, I've done this work for long enough. And when the numbers change in the way they change, you know what caused it. And you see, there's always correlation between the views of NDC voters and their delegates. They've never been different. Never been different. Always correlation. Nima was the first time NDC and the general voters went this way, delegate went that way. That's an evidence. Scientific evidence.
Like, I don't understand. Like,
when NDC voters back a candidate, the delegate follows suit.
So you mean the voters didn't like?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that on the general voters level,
okay,
their preference wasn't Baba Jamal.
Okay.
And in all the cases we have seen from data, there hasn't been any single incident, situation where NDC preferred A and delegate went for B.
No, if it's NDC, they want to know. Is that
I'm talking about a specific issue in Nima.
No.
I'm not generalizing it.
No, I'm not saying if you say NDC. Are you talking about where the NDC as a political party wants A, or the NDC voters in Nima? We want to be clear.
I'm saying where NDC voters nationally, where they go, their delegates go. And Nima is not an exception.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Now I understand. Okay.
Besides that, I think when you deal with delegate, a small number of people, the impact of influence of money is quite profound. But the sample was about 900. And you just need half of that to win the election. And if you do whatever you have to do within this 500, I think you can distort the number. But where this population is quite big, the influence of that will not work. That is why among the population, you can't use money to buy election among the general population. And indeed, those who have tried that in the past lost money because only 7% or less than 10% of voters take money and change their vote.
So it doesn't work?
It doesn't work among the larger population.
But it works among the delegates.
Among delegates, it's about...
It works among small
group of population.
Yeah.
There is for them, it's their interest. It's their interest. And look, in certain cases, people will take money from everybody and vote the way they want.
Yeah.
But in some cases too, there are certain local issues, certain situations that make it difficult for people to change once they take money from you. You see, Nima is a special area. They are Muslims, and when they pledge their support with swearing, they don't go against it. So Nima, you shouldn't put Nima as inner delegate. When they come and say, Wallahi, I'll vote for you, that Wallahi is very serious commitment he makes.
But somebody said, "Wallahi, we need to rescue this country, but rather plunge this country to abyss."
Dr. Ramsey, let's stay on the subject.
On the issue, I think the NDC lost the opportunity to show something different to the Ghanaians in terms of how they reacted to the incident. And indeed, Ghanaians were disappointed with the outcome of what NDC did. And indeed, the survey from Nima is showing that people were not happy with what has happened. Yeah. If they had asked their people, what should we do? We'll probably get some ideas. If I was in their shoes, what I would have done was, as a party, to withdraw from that race. Because the seat is not critical for you. Anyway, to take a moral high ground and allow the candidate to go independent. Not under your flag. You wouldn't disadvantage Baba Jamal, he could go as independent. And then you take a moral high ground, sending a signal to anybody in the future that, look, we won't tolerate this. And I think that would have been better things they could have done. Mm-hmm. But I think, politicians don't normally think straight the way some of us think. Because there are political interests.
They think straight.
There are political interests and other things. So for me...
Were you disappointed in the results? The committee report?
It didn't surprise me. It was a political group.
What do you mean?
I mean, they're all politicians.
And so they can't do the right thing?
No, they've been there before for several years. So the people actually has been a long-standing political astute figure. And all the people sat in the committee, I mean, dominated by politicians. So,
What are you not saying?
I didn't expect anything different, honestly.
Really?
And also the timing of the investigation report and also the filing, I think, it was just tough for them. And they couldn't take the hardest decision as a political party. And I thought they lost credibility on the part of voters in terms of how that was treated.
And would that affect today's election?
No, if this election was not in Nima, trust me, it would have been hell for NDC. It was a swing constituency. Because if you look at the polls that we just published, for the first time, 75% of floating voters have broken ranks from NDC and are voting MPP. Why? It's a protest vote. So if it was a very swing area where anybody could win, that 75% would have been decisive. By Nima, it can't be decisive because the NDC outnumber the floating voters by a huge margin.
And the one gentleman who broke away from the party, Umar Usanda, would he make any difference to the party?
No,
he wouldn't.
No, he won't.
Honorable Yunusa Fuseni.
No, he won't. He won't.
That's my time.
I'm supposed to come back to you.
Everybody has spoken, so
I'm coming back to you.
He won't because...
You always speak after.
Yeah, he won't because...
After Honorable Yunusa has spoken. So
it appears that he's going on a battle to avenge, or if you want, to prove himself, because he says that he was... okay, let me put it this way. His battle is not born out of conviction to represent.
What is it born out of?
It's born out of a perception that he has been hard done by.
The party?
By the party. Okay, so, and many people, I'm a member of that community. Many people called me to say that, and I know him, so I know him personally. Many people called to say, look, you better speak to that guy. But he made up his mind that, look, because of his treatment that was meted out to him, he's going to go independent. And he's prepared to break out with the party. And that's his personal choice. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It doesn't affect or bother the party at all?
No.
Have you spoken to him as a party to try to get him?
The party has spoken to him, said, look, this will get... Even his friends, there are about 4 gentlemen who used to work together in Nima. And so we know them. I know. Everybody knows them. And so the other colleagues reach out to him, reach out to people who could talk to him.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So, but he thinks that
he wants to go independent.
He wants to prove a point.
All right. All right. Let me come to you now, Sir Honorable.
Now,
you have a lot to respond to.
Yeah, I think I'll start with what the assertion that Doc was making. Doc, you see, if there are certain things that you don't have the information, you don't comment on it. It's never true that Bawumia bought the pickups for the party.
But he said it, so now he's lying. So are you asserting that he's lying?
Please
Let
allow
him
me.
complete the statement.
Please allow me.
Okay.
Bawumia did not buy the pickups for the party when he was seeking to lead the party. That's not true.
When did he buy them?
That's not true. Bawumia bought the pickups for the party when he was the party's flag bearer in 2024 elections. It was after the elections and was seeking to lead the party again. And he told the people, this is what I have done for the party. So to suggest that the pickups were meant to induce voters is wrong. Look, please, get it right.
Did he buy them with his personal resources?
Mercy?
I'm asking if he did.
Mercy?
You are not answering the question. Did he?
No,
it's a question. Did he buy from his personal resources?
Yes or no? No, listen. No, it's a direct question. Yes or no? I'm coming to Mercy. In terms of the state, he's a politician, I'm a politician. Which politician in this country finances his political activities from his own resources? Oh. He just said that to become a president in Ghana, according to CDD, you needed $200 million. John Mahama personally had $200 million.
Why are you mentioning John Mahama as if there were not other presidential candidates?
He's not the president. I'm using as an example.
But Dr. Bawumia was also a presidential candidate. The 200 million applies to all the candidates.
Yes. Now, did President Mahama, did he have $200 million when he was running for the presidency?
Did Dr. Bawumia?
Did President Mahama did he have $200 million?
Yes, I heard the question. Now, I'm asking you if all the aspirants, including Dr. Bawumia, had $200 million.
I don't know why we are bringing Dr. Bawumia.
I don't know why you are bringing Bawumia. It's a very direct question.
I'm using what he said to rebut the falsehood he churned out. He said, considering Dr. Bawumia's earnings, he could not have bought those pickups. And I'm saying, and I are all politicians. And he knows it. That in politics, we have people who you go for financial assistance, people come in and very support you.
Okay, so what's from the financial
John Mahama bought 275 pickups for all the constituencies in last year's election. Where did he get the money? Tell us. Where did he get the money? Bawumia bought pickups for every constituency in the 2024 elections. The same way Mahama bought pickups for all the constituencies in the 2024 elections. Where did he get the money? Where did he get the money? So, for you to sit here and get the impression that comparing his earnings to what he did, get an impression that he must have done something untoward. I probably said, even in fact, Bawumia was gainfully employed. John Mahama was not employed.
Well, so again, what are you talking about? So he was gainfully employed. He was gainfully employed.
This kind of
how much?
If
you are saying that he was gainfully employed, so for that matter, the history
Slow down. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Gentlemen, one at a time. One at a time.
I intentionally kept quiet.
First of all, let's understand something.
Oh no, you understand anything. Let me land. You understand anything. You're my senior.
Listen. When we come on a platform like this, we come as responsible people.
Of course.
And we speak.
That's why you have spoken to him when he was making those allegations. You were
Which allegations?
It's not your turn to speak. It's not your turn to speak. Please let him speak.
What I also said is a fact. It's a fact that President Mahama was not employed. It's a fact that President Mahama bought pickups for all constituencies. It's true. So if you are telling me that Bawumia, who was gainfully employed, could not buy those pickups, how come the Mahama was able to buy those pickups? Who was not employed?
So
it's not your turn.
Allow me. How come he was able to buy? So please allow me to flow the way I want to flow. Then the lie that Bawumia's office.
No. Honorable Mike, you've made some statements. Even though I'm not allowing you gentlemen to interject, you can speak when it's your turn to speak. We know when you say that the president was not employed, you mean he didn't have a job?
Per the constitution,
if for nothing at all, we know that he does have farms, doesn't he?
per the constitution.
I'm asking you a question.
I'm talking law per the constitution.
I'm asking you a question.
Is he working?
Are you saying he didn't have any source of income? When you say working, what do you mean? Let's be clear.
I'm saying he was unemployed per the constitution.
Did he not have any source of income?
The state was taking care of him. He wasn't working.
So he had no source of income?
The state was taking care of him. His source of income was what the state was giving him. And was that enough to buy
that's not an accurate statement.
No, that's not accurate.
That's not an accurate statement.
What are you saying?
Respectfully.
He was telling.
Respectfully.
He sat here. Doc sat here and said, what was Dr. Bawumia's salary as a vice president for him to be able to buy those pickups? Honorable Hussein was here. You were here. You conveniently kept quiet. Then I'm saying that at least President Bawumia was taking salary.
When he made that statement, I did ask him if he bought it with his own resources. And you were here, you heard me ask him that. And now it's your turn to speak. And now it's your turn to speak. And I'm asking you the same question.
Honorable laughed over it. I was sitting right here. He laughed over it. He was happily enjoying it.
You have no power to determine whether I should laugh or not laugh.
I'm not saying don't laugh or not.
Leave me alone. No, I would allow you to speak after he's done.
Leave me out.
Allow him to land.
If Dr. Bawumia, a certain vice president, could not buy pickers for his constituency.
I think we should move on from that subject.
No.
It's very important.
I have to make the point.
He has made certain.
If Dr. Bawumia, a certain vice president, could not buy pickups for the constituencies, then an unemployed former president could also buy. How did he buy the pickups? How did he buy the pickups? You see, in Akan, there's a proverb, but say at the water or you won't treasure.
What does that mean?
If you have cotton. I'm
not asking for the literal meaning. What does it mean in this context?
If you have cotton in your hands, you don't jump over fire. That's what it means. So you see, and then there's a lie that Dr. Bawumia's office stole rice. Honorable, when the incident happened, investigation was conducted. He's aware. Shra came and conducted the investigation. What was the conclusion? Nobody from Dr. Bawumia's office requested for those rights. It was somebody who tried to swindle the port using Dr. Bawumia's name.
Oh, please.
So then you come here. Please. That one, please. That one,
what you're saying is false.
Stop lying.
What you're saying is false.
You lie.
It's a fallacy. What you're saying is a fallacy.
I'm going to come
What's the fallacy? What's the fallacy? Tell me. The letterhead
Please
they
land
use.
for me.
The letterhead they use. Who from Dr. Bawumia's office signed? The letterhead that they use. Tell me who signed? Who signed? So this is a lie. Then finally, Honorable was saying, he said the MPP has no moral right to criticize NDC for the vote buying. That's something you see. Maybe our party, because he has not been in the political space for a while. People who started inducing voters in this country. Do no Bentwa. Do no Bentwa. Busadagwa is here. Do no Bentwa. With Kako. Do no Kako. With money in what do you call match boxes. Is that easy? Is that easy? You see, that's what for me. If I come on the platform and they want us to do it well, we will discuss the issues. But if you are here to throw tantrums and to lie, I also respond to you. I've made it clear that for me, as a politician, I'm against vote buying because I know how it costs me. By doing that, you don't come...
Have you ever participated in vote buying?
I tell people what they call vote buying because I've given TNT to voters to come in. No, I've done that before. I will come here and lie. That's why even two people even ask the question, who is clean? Honorable Result City here, he has done it before.
Don't bring me in, please.
I'll bring you in.
Don't bring me in. Don't bring me in.
You're going for election.
Please don't bring me in.
I'll bring you in.
I'm not your example.
You'll be my example.
Don't bring me in.
He says you shouldn't bring him in. Don't bring him in.
I don't want to be associated with your
This is politics. It's sometimes. In fact, President Mahama in 2004, his last prime minister, he gave 400 cities to every delegate to come on vote. He did. It was published. It's on Ghana, even your own website. It is there. He gave 400. So some of these things happen. But when it goes beyond a certain level and the motive behind it is to induce the voters to vote the particular direction, that's where the problem
What other motive is there ever behind it?
Oh, of course. For example, if somebody's giving you 100 cedis to come on, I'm not sure 100 cedis is enough to induce a voter.
So how much is enough to induce a voter?
But if I give you 5,000, if like you are coming from,
it depends on an individual's.
Oh no.
It depends on an individual's personal resources and how much value they put on an amount of money. But the point is, you should not give money to anybody who is attending an election for the purpose of voting.
I agree with you.
To vote, even if it is 50 cedis or 10 cedis.
I agree with you. Perfectly, that should be the ideal. But unfortunately for our politics, this also has become a norm. That's why for me.
So we should accept it?
No, I haven't said so.
All
That's
right.
why when NDC started the inquiry, I was for it. In fact, I've sat on a TV station, on the TV set and said that this is an opportunity to curb this menace. I said it. Yeah. But unfortunately, they also missed the opportunity.
All right. Dr. Ramsey.
Well, now, I do not sit down here to spill false allegations on any person. What I said can be subjected to review or fact check. That Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia himself, not anybody saying, himself came out publicly to say that listen to what I said. That he bought 300 Navara pickups for the party.
It's not even true. He didn't say Navara.
For the party.
He didn't say Navara pickups.
He said 300
pickups. We'll fact check.
No problem. But they were Navara pickups.
We'll fact check.
Okay. So no problem. I agree. It's not Navara. It's not Hilux. It's not F-150 Ford. 300 pickups. How much do you earn as a vice president?
So how much and when bought those pickups for his constituents? How much?
Why are you asking me? 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 It is not for
when he was interrupting, I told him
why are you
to
asking me?
stop. Now I'm telling you to stop. No. You are repeating what you've already said. When he was interrupting you, I told him to stop.
Bawumia was gainfully employed. Per logic. How much is the salary of a vice president?
So how much is
the salary of a vice president?
How much did Mahama win?
All right. Gentlemen.
If you look at the PDS scandal.
I just want to take us to the IOSO East constituency now for some visuals on the ground. We see that the candidate for the NDC, Jamal, is casting his vote now. Yes, he's casting his vote now on the ground in the constituency, all clad in white, about to cast his vote this morning. We see him in the video there. And still, the constituency or this particular polling station looks pretty. It looks pretty quiet and calm there. Well, according to our reporter on the ground, he's yet to vote, but he's making some rounds, talking to the EC officials on the ground. I suppose just to make sure that everything is going according to plan this morning. We'll bring you more visuals from the ground as we go, to show you exactly what's happening in the constituency this morning. Back in studio, Dr. Ramsey, you were on the ground.
Yes, basically. Now, based on his logic, let's use his logic, okay? Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he has accepted that, indeed, he has even received, he's a recipient of that pickup.
Of course, I said
but
don't respond.
He's a recipient of that pickup. So it vindicates the fact that, indeed, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia supplied 300 pickups to their party. Now, how much is the salary of a vice president? If he goes on a podium and says that I, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, bought the party 300 pickups, what does it mean? It's English we are speaking, and it's English we understand on this platform.
It means that the party's candidate. He said that he was the party's candidate.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
The same to Dr.
It is different from saying that I, Dr. Mahmoud.
See, you can't both be speaking at the same time. Gentlemen, you can't
both be speaking at the same time.
I don't know why Did you hear me tell him to stop talking when you were talking? And now you're doing the same thing.
He's so uncomfortable.
Oh, no, I am. You've received one of the pickup. And indeed, I think Yoko should go and pick that pickup up because the OSP has been petitioned. The OSP has been petitioned by Solomon Owusu to investigate the claims made by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia that he supplied the MPP with 300 pickups. And what we are discussing this morning is relevant to this paradigm. Of course. Because how much is the salary of a vice president for him to be able to afford 300 pickups?
Your mama was being provided for by
and I'm not surprised.
He bought those pickups.
I am not surprised.
Now, because
if you look at the report on the PDS, the PDS scandal, your candidate,
you are not conducting yourself this morning. Please.
Whatever.
Please.
If you're comfortable with what you say, be comfortable with me too. Now, if you're comfortable with me, be comfortable with me too.
When you were talking and he was interjecting, I told him to stop it.
You interjected me.
I told him to stop it. No, you interjected and I told you to stop.
You interjected me.
Now you're doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing. No. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Let's have this conversation in a very calm manner so we can all put our points across without interjecting or interrupting each other. Dr. Razumi, please land on your point and I'll come to you.
Yes, now, so the point is that what I want to say is that both the NDC and the MPP are complicit in this act. Right? Yes. And that is why there's a saying that if you live in the...
Stick to your original position.
Allow me to speak. How much do you think I'm a coward?
Stick to your original position.
You think I'm a coward?
You are.
Who? We members of the UP are not cowards. That is why we fought against the People's Party of which you belong to.
If I stick to your position, you are a coward.
Honorable Maiga.
What I'm saying is that...
No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
My person now.
You can't do that.
He's attacking my person now.
You can't do that.
I mean, he has to withdraw. He has to withdraw that way.
You can't do that.
He has to withdraw that way.
What do you want him to withdraw?
The coward that he used. He has to withdraw.
Maiga.
You have to withdraw. I didn't attack your person this morning. But if you want us to go towards that tangent as well...
He's inviting you to withdraw a word that you use to personally describe him.
No. It is absolutely wrong. But no problem. If he wants to ask,
he's
no
shifting
problem.
his position. And that's cowardice.
Now, what I'm saying is that...
Stick to your
what I'm saying.
Don't with NDC because I brought in NDC. So in the original position, when you didn't bring in NDC, you only had a dig at Bawumia, and I brought in NDC. So don't come and do the equalizer. If you do that, you are still the
political actors in this country, which of course,
and that's cowardice.
Everybody in the political landscape,
please make your point and let's move on.
As United Party, which we haven't, there's no evidence of inducement of any voter anywhere in the history of our political landscape. There's no evidence of inducement of any voter by UP members. That one is a fact.
Okay.
And it hasn't been covered by any media house. Anyway,
I don't want to talk about it.
Now, what I'm saying is that the menace of voter inducement and vote buying is inimical to our democratic growth and dispensation, which both the MPP and NDC and other smaller political parties have to come collectively and propound or propagate that political will to be able to eliminate it so that we can secure a brighter future for our people. What my learned friend, of course, former party member, is doing on this platform is quite, it's quite disturbing to use certain words to attack my person just because I am speaking facts as a nationalist and that I am questioning and I'm holding Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to account for the statement he made that he supplied 300 pickups to the party.
You lied.
Please. And I'm not surprised because if you look at the PDS scandal, if you look at the menace, the issue of the PDS scandal, his candidate was part.
First
of
all, I agree with Musa Dankwa. The pervasive influence of money and material inducement in our politics is bad. To excuse it is to show complicity. So we cannot normalize it. It's scary if you say we should normalize it. It's not normal. Now, if we delay in tackling the problem, it will be a betrayal of the trust for the people of this country. So I perfectly understand when
you say that a lot of people were disappointed with the outcome because they thought that we had a unique opportunity to deal with the canker. But this is a festering wound that has to be exorcised in a manner that will leave our democracy intact. I've had the privilege of working with CDD on campaign financing. And I agree with Dr. Ramsey when he says that there must be a cap on expenditure. Every campaign funding legislation that you see should tell you how much you can spend. In NEMA, how much is allowed to be spent. Now, but when you put a cap, it means that there must be an institution that will check how you spend. So Sarkozy is in prison because he overspent the amount of money that the law allowed him to spend. And when they tracked and traced where the money came from, they traced it to Libya. So it's very important. So cap. The second thing is transparency. That if you are going into elections and people make donations, you must disclose. We want to know who are donating to your campaign.
Yeah.
We want to know. Because you see, there's a nexus between illegality in the system and campaign financing. There's a nexus. Now, people sometimes do not understand why our illegal money has gone haywire. There's a nexus. Okay? Now, people do not understand why the state is not able to rake in a lot of money through taxes. Because those who engage in tax evasion send part of the money to buy their insurance with political parties. That's why we want you to disclose who is giving you the money. And you must be transparent. And so, the bill that is being proposed will require political parties to open accounts. Yeah. And any money that is lodged in it, records are kept and made available to an investigative authority to understand what is happening. Because our auction should not be, elections should not be auctioned to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
It excludes people who are otherwise capable from taking part in the democratic process. I give you the quote of Plato, who says that, and he was talking about women. For a long time, women did not have a vote. And he said, but how can a country develop when you exclude 1/2 of your population from taking part in decisions that will catalyze your growth? The same thing, how can you develop when you put barriers, entry barriers in front of people who otherwise are genuine, who want to contribute, but who cannot contribute because they cannot have the resources to engage in political party activities. So, yes, and the MPP has also been represented. I was not the only person who worked. McMinu was at that conference. And as I speak to you, in the next week, we'll be going on field trips to be able to explain to people why it is important to deal with this canker. So I'm not holding brief for anybody, but employment, when you say a person is unemployed, then you are simply overgeneralizing unemployment, because we have self-employed people. So my father never held a government work, but I never for one day thought that my father was unemployed, because he was a butcher. And every day he was going to the butcher's shop. So he was self-employed. Employment doesn't mean that you must depend on public, the public pay, public salary. No, that's not employment. Okay? So to generalize and say you are not, because the state is not taking care of you, you're not employed. Then when you go to Makwala, all the women who are there selling are unemployed. Is that not
Nobody has said so.
No, I'm not saying though. I'm not answering to you. I'm not answering to you, please. Right. I'm not answering to you. No, because I'm higher than that. I'm higher than that. I'm higher than that.
No, but you're actually to what I said.
No, I'm higher than that.
No, but you're right what I said.
Please. Please. I'm higher than that.
I never said so.
No, I'm better than that. I'm better than that.
No, but you're right to what I said.
No, I'm better than that. I'm better than that. I'm just saying that we are talking to...
I'll come back to you and then you can respond.
No, it's not about responding. We are talking to many people. We're not talking to ourselves in the studio.
Yeah.
So you don't create an impression that when you say a person is unemployed, it means the person must be leaving.
And I've never done that. Please,
when I come to you, you can respond to it if you want to.
I say that for our listeners, employment can be government employment, public employment, employed in the public sector, or you can be self-employed.
Yes.
Okay, that's employment. So to understand how people get their resources, we must go back and look at what they have done. But it is interesting to note that when we started this conversation of funding political parties, I don't know whether you were at IPS when John Dramani Mahama was launching his campaign, financing.
No.
You were not there?
No.
So what we did was simply to launch a fund, an app, and ask people to contribute through that fund. That was crowdfunding. That's what we call crowdfunding. To get people to contribute. And the app was displayed. And people were actually contributing. And if you contributed, you get a text message acknowledging your contribution and thanking you for sending in your money. Now, because we realized when John Mahama was coming back that we must begin to do things differently. Ghana is the only country we have. And the resources that go down the drain because of illegal campaign financing, because of corruption, because of many other illegalities, is just way too much. And when we took the suggestion to him, he bought it and launched that app. And part of his campaign financing came from that app. From people publicly donating money into that app. Now, it's also challenging if you say that for our democratic dispensation, we should, like I said before, we should, because everybody has done it, everybody's doing it, we should accept it. We can't accept it. So that's why we didn't, the NDC as a party did not accept what was happening in Nima. For the first time, I mean, if you are, you know, I go back to Bawa Jamal, and I told a senior member, if you are a candidate in an election, whether DCE, president, or MP, and you publicly admit the wrongdoing, then you are on a suicide mission. You are on a suicide. Even if the party did not do anything at all, your conduct will be reprimanded by society.
Is your problem the fact that he did the wrong or that he admitted doing the wrong?
Because the problem, both, he admitted doing the wrong publicly, so that's impunity.
Mm-hmm.
And we cannot tolerate impunity. Okay? So if you...
It sounds like honesty too, doesn't it?
No, it's not honest.
I mean, you did the wrong thing and you admitted doing the wrong thing.
No, it's not honesty. It's impunity.
So he should have
No.
lied?
It's impunity in the sense that if you say somebody doing wrong and publicly say, I'm doing wrong, then it's just like you find people smoking hemp behind the police station.
Your point
because
is the justification of the wrong.
The justification, you can't justify
Not
wrong.
the admission of the wrong.
You can't justify that wrong, wrong, because that's impunity. Okay, so, and you see the public condemnation. And that's why I said, it's unfortunate that the argument and the debate has shifted to Bawa Jamal, largely because of the TV interview. Largely because of that. Because what we discovered...
Even though he issued a press statement saying he had done nothing.
Oh, he actually came before us and said he had done nothing.
Okay.
Okay. But,
so there were two
but when you look at the...
different communications.
The different communication, I mean, when you look at the TV clip and then what he said, there's a mismatch. So we don't want to talk about that. We want to see going forward. And I say that you don't need to be disheartened because you were vindicated. Because your polls report showed somebody else who was going to emerge the winner. The difference in the vote, have you reckoned it, was 31.
31 single votes.
31 single votes. So it means that you were right. Something happened to change the voting pattern. Because 31 votes, and that person is a first timer. The candidate who won has contested before He has been an MP before. Okay? Now, we have also been told that we do not recommend that the people who hold public office should be sanctioned. That is an executive decision. But we drew attention of the party to unfair treatment because people equally circumstanced must be dealt with equally. Okay? But that will not be a party decision because it was not the party that appointed those people into office. It is the government. So it is for the party to escalate that to government. That's what you call order. There are things must be done in the way that they ought to be done. So the committee submitted its report. What the party would do, they did, and probably they escalated what they couldn't do to government. But that one is not with me. I'm not in the position to tell whether the government will take an action or not take an action.
All right. Now, thank you, Honorable Inusa Hussaini. As we promised, in addition to the in-studio discussions and analysis, we're also bringing you on-the-ground reporting. And Beatrice is on standby to let us know what's happening and where.
Indeed. Now, let's go to the Ababia Islamic School in Nima. My colleague George Quading is there monitoring events for us. George, if you can tell us what's happening where you are.
Very good morning, and thank you so much. I'm coming to you live from Nima, and this is the Adabia Islamic School Nima 1 and 2. And voting actually started at 7 a.m. And for the polling center 1, we have 535 voters and 521 for the 2. So in all, we have some 1,056 voters who are expected to cast their votes here this morning. As of 9/8, 40 had cast their ballot at 1 and 41 at 2. And so this is how it's. And I want to talk to some of the voters here who have also voted and what really they are looking out for that parliamentary candidate who is going to represent them in parliament. A very good morning, boss. Good morning, Madam Officer. What are we? I think we work as Ada. What are we TV? So then I will look out for. I know say Nima there we hear development in this argument. What apart from that, what else? Then I will share and say what's about. Inyajuma so, ba inyajuma, inyajuma. Tete ya miyateda ni na tete de aduma no ya ya enti inyajuma eni putu But I have so say but you can't name my who is a hand we very notorious human no enyande nima sisi an metimi an nante na dwo bibia anye ho well that e na ahomachi well here voting ye eden ye say nyi wie enti ye bebo mpa say oh bu officer yi bisano anape ko kacha nto ope ha and say there's nothing wrong here. Okay. We are peaceful here. But what advice do you have for your the voters who are yet to vote? Once usually people want to wait till some time before we to Aba. They want to say Kirianti be breed Ada. Okay. Omunyane ye. Yes, or Hamachi, 3 o'clock, and not 2:30 to 4. Antana, ya 5 o'clock. Now market near the cranting be Branyani ye. I don't need to ask you. Who now TV? That means we will be out to about. We will be out to about. We will be out. Forget. So I saw him join the primaries, the NDC primaries. I actually asked him. He had his TV on. I asked him. Forget. Well, so if you're watching, you're coming to live from Nima. So 40,000 voters are expected to cast their ballot in this very by-election. We have 2 independent candidates, one from the MPP, one from the NDC, and one from the LPG. And let's still talk to some of these voters. A very good morning, boss. How are you doing? Good morning. So you're live on TV3. So what actually are you looking out for before you make that vote? Have you already voted? No. Yeah, yet to vote. So what are you looking out for? So what are you looking out for before you focus?
What person that will come and give us a good health, education, our children. That's what I'm looking for.
But here is actually a stronghold of the NDC. Do you think another party can take the seat?
No, never.
Why never?
Never, because
nothing is impossible.
No, because it's an NDC stronghold. Definitely, any place you go is NDC. So I hope no any party unless some other time.
But everywhere you pass, every corner that you pass, you see that there's police visibility here, very heightened, and so no one would want to, foment any trouble until the election is over. So you can see some of them here, and they are, uniform, looking all dapper. And so if you even have any intentions to do anything, you'll be scared. Even the appearance would actually deter you. So this is what it is. This is Nima Dabiya Islamic School 1 and 2. And some of these voters are actually going about their normal duties. But it's all better. But oh, time, no, time. We are live on TV3, TV3, last one. Over some to about time.
About 3 I'm going
So I am not. And this and then I got chance I want to abandon. Then I open Jumana. Oh, Casa, you are live on TV. Oh, she had a Jumana, oh, she had a Sika, then
Pempuntu or Cronim. The Pempuntu.
We can't put to open you and then tell me,
Nima and Quanen, almost says Nima Maya. You to no more Jumanya.
Do you want to talk? Okay, let me talk to you. Final. So, have you voted?
No, I don't vote here.
You don't vote, why?
Yeah.
You're not from Nima?
I'm from Nima, but no, I started Nima. I'm not from Nima, yeah.
But you've been here. I know you know what really takes place here. What do you think are some of the things voters here need?
So for me, I think they need to, should I say fix their community? Yes, in terms of work. And then some of the areas they need, like this, their roads are not good. They need some amenities in the community. I think so the leader will get, if he's able to do others, it will help.
When it comes to Nima, it used to be like a place where, there's some sort of nefarious activities here and there. But you said you've been here. Do you think, is it a thing of the past or it's still existent?
I think it's a thing of the past, so maybe yes.
So you can actually walk in the night without, being scared?
Okay, not as compared to first.
Okay. So there's some sort of improvement?
There's some form of improvement.
Okay, so the notion about Nima, about it being a nefarious, a place where nefarious activities take place is actually a thing of the past. Some voters have actually confirmed that. And I'm sure the other, parliamentary candidates or these aspirants who want to actually clear that very notion, especially the independent candidate I spoke to, he said he wants to clear that notion and make sure some sort of development comes through to this very, constituency. And so this is the situational report here at the Dabiya Islamic School 1 and 2. And some 1,057 voters are expected to cast their vote. As at 9-8, 41 had cast their vote at 2 and 40 at 1. And so we'll bring you more updates here if you stick with TV3. My name is George Quinn. Thanks for watching.
Thank you very much, George Quinn, bringing us that report from Nima, not too far from us right here. I'm coming back to you now, and that interesting twist about George identifying the man who took the television. I realized he was trying very hard to try to move away from that conversation, but hey.
Yes, wouldn't you if it were you? But yes, thank you, Beatrice, and thank you to George Quinn. We will be coming back to you for more information on what's happening on the ground. But back in studio, Musa Dankwa, yes, it was interesting when George actually identified a gentleman who he has spoken to previously, who received a television set from I believe Baba Jamal at the time. But let's talk about voter turnout today. So far, it's been slow. From your investigation or the polls you conducted, does it appear to you that we'll have a good turnout today? We're supposed to see about 50,000, a little under 50,000 people turning out.
Generally, by-elections don't record higher turnouts. It's even worse in your stronghold, where they believe that whatever it is, you will win. So we'll be lucky to have even 40% today to turn out in Nima.
And that will not affect the chances of the NDC?
No, the margin, the proportion will not change. The margin will not change, no. Just that the volume of vote will reduce, but the margin will remain the same.
That brings me to what Omega has said and other MPP communicators have said, that they will pull a surprise, knowing that by-elections generally would not report a high voter turnout, and there might be some complacency on the side of the NDC because it's their stronghold. We might have the NPP voters coming out to surprise.
You can pull a surprise if you have 40% of the voters saying they are MPP.
Okay.
And maybe NDC around 55%. The numbers are so disproportionate that it's not going to happen.
I see. So for you, it's still a slam down.
Yes, no.
for the NDC?
75% NDC. MPP is 15%.
I thought you said 23.
No, they are getting 21% of the vote.
21.
But those who openly say we are MPP is 15%.
Okay.
And NDC 75% openly say we are NDC.
Okay.
Look
And
at
81% of the general population say the country is going in the right direction and would affect the way they cast their
that's how
vote.
you can see the loser from afar before even votes are cast, or the winner.
Okay. Now, can you just quickly, what accounts to such low voter turnout during by-elections?
You know, it's about the stakes. The stakes in general election is quite high. And they're not just voting for parliamentary, but also presidential. So people come out to vote because they are motivated by the bigger stake. When it is parliamentary elections, unless it is a very hotly contested, even that, you will not get a turnout at the same level as the general election. It's quite challenging.
Okay. All right. Let me just read some of your messages coming in on the subject matter. You can just go to TV3, at TV3 on Facebook. We have a live stream now. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation, you can leave your messages under the live stream and I'll read them as we go. Let me just read a couple coming in now. It's great to see the NPP back on your station. Please tell the gentleman to calm down. We want to listen to what he's saying. Kizito, Tema East constituency, good morning now. Please tell the NPP gentleman that JDM did not buy the pickups by himself. Those pickups were bought by his junior brother, Ibrahim Mahama. Monetization of our politics must be discouraged, though. All right, thank you for sending that in. Good morning, now, distinguished panel. Thank Allah. We are in the holy month of Ramadan and Lent. Ayawaso East by election is very peaceful to the glory of Allah. And that's from Dipku Ismail, texting from Wa Old Traffic Light. Good morning, now. Please, the brief history given you by Honorable Inusa Husseini, because I have known him since his time in the constituency, and he was saying that his house is called Haja Lantana House. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Haja Lantana House, close to my former polling station, St. Louis polling station. In relation to today's elections, winning is not in doubt. But what we are looking for is a gap between us and our opponents. I'm preparing to go to my polling station to cast the votes for the incoming MP, His Excellency. His Excellency? Okay. His Excellency Baba Jamal Mohammed Ahmed. I suppose because he's the former High Commissioner. All right. This is from Maxwell Akpabli, texting us from the Ayawaso East constituency on the ground. All right. Good morning, Na. I really want to listen to the gentlemen, but what they are doing is upsetting me. Please, one at a time. And that's from Nikki sending that in. All right. Please keep your messages civil so that I'll be able to read them on air. If you send colorful messages, we'll not be able to read them. And I suppose you send the messages so that we can read them. So please, let's keep them civil and we'll read as many as we can. I'll just read a couple more and then I'll come back in studio. Good morning, Na. Please, let's keep the conversation generally on monetization and no name calling. The moment passions, I believe you want to say. The moment passions are inflamed, it takes away from the meat of the conversation itself. One at a time, please. Okay. Michael, it's your turn to speak. Yes, sir.
I'm glad we are all Muslims in this studio.
We are all Muslims?
Apart from you, right?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. The four of us. Your palace, you are all Muslims. The Holy Prophet once said to his followers that do not insult the leaders of the other religions, so that they will also not insult your leader. If you are discussing an issue and you want to have a dig at my leader, I'll let you go scot-free. It's natural reaction. It's natural because I had finished speaking and I'd never personalized the issues. So he rather chose to personalize the issue. That's why I also came in. Now, I've never said unemployment is dependent on the state. I've never said so. In fact, for any reasons, the former President Mahama was dependent on the state. But it was the state who was taking care of him. But I still said he was unemployed. So I never said so. That unemployed, because I'm sitting here, I don't take salary from the state. I'm a farmer, I'm a lawyer. So I'm employed. I'm a self-employed. So I know it. So I never said that being employed means taking salary from the state. I never said so. I never said so. But you see, if you think that you can talk about certain things, others can't talk about, that sense of entitlement must be stopped. Now we are saying that people have certain sources of fund. Who told Dr. Bawumia his sole source of fund was what was received from the state? Who told you? In fact, the first political party, the first person to even come up with an app to raise funds for his campaign was Bawumia during his 2023 primaries. Was Dr. Bawumia. And we all know the first person in this country to even make an app to solicit for public support for his campaign was Dr. Bawumia. And we all know how political financing is done in this country. We all go and solicit for support. People come in and support. I'm glad one of your testers are saying that Barry Marama bought the
vehicles.
Pickups for but do you know who bought the pickups for Bawumia? In fact, even Bawumia even never said he bought it. He said he assisted and raised those pickups. He assisted and raised those pickups. So please, let's put the matter in the perspective. Me, I always say, like I've said, I'm saying on your studio, monetization of our politics is the reason that we are where we are now. So if there's no attempt to curb it, I'm for it. I'm for it. But I would never sit in this studio for anybody to cast slur on my leader and I'll sit there. I won't do it. I won't do it. So if you meet me in studio and you want to discuss issues, we discuss it. If you think that you can insult Dr. Bawumia and go scot-free, nobody will allow it. Dr. Bawumia, Dr. Bawumia was a self-made man before he joined politics. He had capabilities before he joined politics. You can't sit there and say that because he was a vice president, how much was it? So he couldn't afford those pickups. Meanwhile, the person you are talking for and you are worshiping and leading us, I didn't even have a job at that time. So please, let's if the issues we are discussing, let's stop this personalization. I mean, I'm glad, you see, I was able, my brother Musa made a very profound statement that even the word is monetization, apart from primaries, I've never seen where money has influenced elections, apart from primaries. Probably because, as Musa said, because it is fewer number. Because I know where, even in primaries, I know where people who pay higher normally lose. I've seen a lot of them, people who pay highest, they lose to those who pay the lowest. But the fundamental thing is that how are we able to stop it? That's why in my previous discussion, I've called for MPP and NDC coming together as a body and have bipartisan approach to this issue. The problem is that you may say, oh, this political party won't do it, but your opponent will go and do it. Then you are forced to do it next time too. So if the two big parties in this country agree that, listen, it's time for us to pull the brakes and see that, like what is happening in Nima right now. I'm sure from Ayawaso and from Ablekuma, we've all learned our lessons.
Do you see a time? I mean, considering some of the recommendations that Dr. Ramsey, Honorable Inusa have put out, I think Musa Dankwa also mentioned, putting a cap on political party financing, campaign financing, being
putting the cap
open about
in other democracies,
who the financiers in other
democracies, the states finance political parties, but that doesn't happen in our.
There are private people who finance political parties.
That's what I'm saying. So I will agree when Honorable Inusa said about the transparency, because even in the advanced democracies, I'm not sure they have that cap, but they have transparency where the monies are going. And
no, there are caps.
You can't use campaign financing for your personal gains. You get it? These are what you need to look, where the money is coming from and what the candidate is using.
Do you see a time in our national politics
of course,
where
our politics is still growing.
But I haven't asked the question. Where there will be no monetization, where campaigns will be run, nobody is going to be given any money for transportation or gifts or lunch that no delegate would expect, because we always talk about the side of the candidates, but the delegates also have the expectation, and they openly say it, that I expect this person to give us about this much, I expect that person to give us about this much. They publicly compare what they receive from person A and person B and say that they are disappointed in how much person A gave, or they expect person B to be able to do better. The delegates are equally complicit. Do you see a time where delegates will no longer have this expectation of the candidates, and candidates will no longer give these gifts to delegates, and they will still be able to run a campaign and everything would run, without this expectation in our politics as a country?
If you are committed to it, the delegates need education, the politicians, they have education, but they also need to stop. That's it.
So but I'm asking, you've run
it's possible. Yeah, I'm saying it's possible.
You see it in our lifetime.
It's possible if you commit to it. We can do it even in the next 4 years.
Okay.
If there is necessary laws and the laws are plentiful enough. For example, you see, one thing people don't know is that if you also receive bribe, you are equally guilty.
The giver and the taker.
That's why I was during the NDC. I was like, so if they find Baba Jaba and co-culpable, what about those who receive the TVs? Are they going to retrieve from them, or are they going to be prosecuted? Because it's equally a crime. If you receive a bribe, it's equally a crime. So I think the education must go down, and politicians must also come together and say that this is where we are. We've hit the wall. Let's go back and look at the drawing board and come back and save our nation. It should be a bipartisan approach, MPP and NDC coming back together to solve
all right.
this problem.
Dr. Ramsey, do you see that happening in our lifetime?
Yeah, definitely. But before I come to your question, I think my brother Mega made another statement which I don't think that I would allow it to slide. That Honorable Alan Tramanting was unemployed.
I never said so.
You said that he was not employed. That's what you said. You said my leader was not employed. That's what you said. That is what he said, that he was not employed.
So he said your leader, yes, but he did not mention.
Of course, my leader. Who is my leader? Who is my leader?
I haven't said Tramanting.
Who is my leader?
Are you referring to Alan Tramanting?
Is my leader Bawumia? Are you referring to Bawumia? Are you referring to Bawumia?
I've already mentioned, so I didn't mention to Bawumia. Please.
My leader is not Bawumia, so of course it's Alan Tramanting. You said that he was not employed.
I haven't mentioned.
What, for your information?
Please.
Alan Tramanting started off life.
It's a lie. I haven't mentioned Mr. Tramanting. Now it's on record. I haven't mentioned.
You said my leader. So what do you mean by my leader?
And how anyway, do you I was very
let's move on from it.
How do you know I was very
anyway.
I said you.
Well, anyway, you see our family, but anyways, now
let's move on.
No, I mean let me set this straight. The people of Ghana, under the ages of the COVID-19 pandemic, were suffering. Indeed, now people had it difficult to even afford 1 square meal a day under the ages of COVID-19. Yes, still, there was one Felicia Tete, who was a Sanergu parliamentary candidate, was PC of the MPP. There was an audio that went around that she received 100,000 cedis, and each and every regional constituency executive received funds that were supposed to what? Recuperate Ghanaian businesses and our people from the shocks of COVID-19. And they use it for their own political, financing and campaign. And you say that I cannot point at the MPP that they have no moral rights to talk about this menace? What is he talking about? And if you look at the parliamentary probe on the monies used during the disbursement of the COVID-19 monies used during that period, there were infractions. Indeed, one of the infractions was that Ghana paid $120.8 million to procure COVID-19 vaccines. Only $38.2 million worth of COVID-19 vaccines were received by the Ministry of Health. Where is the rest of the $81.8 million? So, my brother, the Ghanaian society will never take scripture lessons from a drinking ban. They should understand this. And that we've moved past that period that we used to tolerate the NPP. And that is why they lost massively. That is why they lost massively against the NDC. So they haven't really recovered from that shock. But again, now, what I want to put on record is that we sit down here as United Party and we are ultra-nationalistic people. We sit down here with the people in mind and we will fight for what is right for the people of Ghana till that kingdom come. Now, to your issue, I think that, yes, there has to be a collective will among all political parties, including ourselves, on the way forward to curb this menace when it comes to monocracy in our political landscape. And that is why we believe that the Political Parties Act has to be amended to suit the exigencies of our time and the contemporary issues that we're dealing with, and also to fill the gap as far as the lacuna of our legal frameworks is concerned. And that is why the NDC has an absolute majority in Parliament to safeguard our democracy. So that is the mandate the people of Ghana have given to them, that the NDC, you have majority. Ensure that you enact laws and amend laws to strengthen our institutions and to safeguard our democracy. So going forward, I'm sure the next election, this will be part of the litmus test that the people will use, whether or not they would vote for the NDC or not. And this is what we also hold them to account.
The next primaries will be in 2027, I'm sure. Next year. Just next year.
I'm talking about general election.
Yeah, 2028.
Yes, but you know the issue about our monetization is more, I think, is more prominent during the primaries with the delegates.
But it also has now, there's a nexus, as Musa Dankwa said, that if the elections was not held in Nima, which is a stronghold of the NDC, the NDC would have, lost because of the...
elections have been challenging.
Well, very difficult to challenge it. Okay, let me put it this way. Because of the displeasure of the general populace on that menace. So indeed, that is going to be indeed...
It affects the national...
Yes, exactly. So it's going to be a serious litmus test for them. And we would hold them to account that you have majority, indeed, a super majority in Parliament. You can amend and enact laws in place to safeguard our democracy, so that at least the path towards ensuring that we have credible people and not having a kakistocratic system that we have had in the previous regime, so that people of merit would uphold to very, very crucial position and will be accountable. And that is why today I can celebrate the current Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Justice Bafo Boni, who would not succumb to any political pressure and would act in accordance to the law.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey.
So you see, in addition to Musa Dankwa's assessment of why there's a low turnout, I came to Parliament in 2006 through a by-election, consequent upon the resignation of Professor Sinuwayo from the NDC and retracing his steps back to the NPP. My Tamil Central was declared vacant. He had won by a big margin, but when it was a by-election, I won, but not that big margin. Subsequent elections, I won by that big margin. Why? Because just like he says, at the time that you are holding a by-election, there is little unknown, very little. So the stakes are not very high, unless you have a parliament that is evenly divided and that the balance of power might be held by that constituency, then it becomes high. So you see our Asin North elections, it was high. People, really went there with force. Now, so apart from, in addition to stakes being high, there's no adrenaline in the by-election. Nobody, you don't know what is happening. So the unknown, the fact that you want to prove a point, spurs you on, fires you on. And you are already counting the consensus that you are likely to win. And you are not going to leave any stone unturned. It's not like that in the by-election. It's not like that. Okay? Now, thirdly, by-elections. You saw the women. See how they were talking. Very comfortable. Even the man who received a TV. It was very...
Yeah.
if we're by election, I mean, if the general election, you were agitated. Even though Nima is a strong, you were agitated.
Okay.
Because anything could happen.
The tension.
Even the tension. But here there's no tension. So that's why you don't see a turnout. And then finally, it is our constituency. Many people are going to sit in the house and say, it is our constituency. I mean, our constituency will win anyway. And so in by-elections, candidates actually enter houses to beg people to come out and vote. Because many people reside to the fact that that is our constituency, so we will win. And so the turnout will be very low. Okay, so...
do you see a time in our politics where we can do away with monetization?
Well, we are doing it.
Are we?
We are doing it. Many serious-minded people are talking about it. Many.
We have just seen the primaries in our East.
Look, and this one without recourse to the MPP. When they set their filing fees and the development fund fees, I know people who wanted to contest their primaries who withdrew.
Too expensive.
Too expensive. Now, why did they set it that way? Because they wanted money to be able to organize it. Why did they want money to be able to organize it? We belong to political parties, but we don't pay fees. We don't pay dues. Okay? You just belong to a political party by name. Now, because if you start paying dues and your members are, 6 million MPP, 6 million NDC, at least that's what we got in the 2020 elections. If you are able to get the 6 million people to pay dues of even 1 cedi every month, 1 cedi, the party should be raking in 6 million cedis every month. Every month.
So you mean
so
the regular
that
Ghanaian voter who belongs to a political party should pay dues to the party?
But it's a corporate body. Your interest is coterminous to the interest of the party.
Has this been tested anywhere?
Where, in Ghana?
In the world?
Yes. Many people pay.
I see.
And then you set the caps. So if you are working and you want to contribute, and so they know your salary range, you cannot contribute beyond a certain amount. Immediately you throw in money to your political party, because that's why declaration and disclosures are important. Immediately you contribute beyond that amount, you trigger a red flag. Because the tax agencies are going to investigate you to see where that money is coming from. Are you not declaring all your income for tax purposes? Tax evasion, mind you, is an offense. So that's why disclosures are important. Now, secondly, people want to know where is the money coming from? Where is it coming from? And I'm telling you that there's serious work being done. There's serious work being done. I've not been given permission to disclose certain things. But I can disclose that CDD is in discussion with the Attorney General, because a draft bill is in the works for campaign financing.
I see.
And we have gotten, I won't say CDD has gotten the green light, tacit approval from government that it will support it.
What's in this bill?
Now, the whole thing is, what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, generally, you are looking to see how you regulate political parties. Now,
funding.
Apart from funding, we have created a humongous institution called the Electoral Commission. And we've lumped into the Electoral Commission 2 key important functions: organizing public elections and referenda, compiling the voters' register, and organizing public elections and referenda. And also now controlling political parties, demanding for them to file their audited statement of accounts and all that. It appears that the responsibility of organizing organizing elections and compiling the register has taken over and dwarfed the regulatory function
of the Electoral Commission in terms of political parties.
Okay.
So the bill will be recommending that we separate the function of regulating political parties from the function of Electoral Commission, conducting public elections. Now, when Gambia or Sierra Leone came to Ghana and looked at our constitution, they took our constitution to their country. But when they came to the Electoral Commission, they separated the functions. They separated. So we think that we must also separate the functions. Now, it's not every contribution that you record. So I've mentioned 1 cedi. If someone has donated 1 cedi, you don't need to disclose that. Okay? So, but that one will be the fees. So if you receive fees, so you will have to disclose the fees or dues that you have reduced. I mean that you have received. Government helps political parties. When you look at the law, I think 168 or so of the Constitution, you provide free broadcast space. That's advertisement, okay, for political parties, equally.
Equally, yeah. The state broadcaster.
Yeah, the state broadcaster, equally. The time that a political party spends on the network has cost to it. And that cost is borne by the state, okay, but it's minimal. So yes, it's true that if the state wants to regulate political parties, they must do more. In the beginning, during Afarajan's time, the EC actually gave pickups to political parties as part of its support. But we're saying that going forward, you must be able to demonstrate that there are some things, like for instance, filing. The filing fee of political parties is 1, discriminatory, and 2, totally unnecessary. Because if the political party in an election garners a certain percentage of the votes, the filing fee is returned to the political party. So in effect, that fee that you pay to the political party is just insurance that you will work to ensure that people partake in the democratic process, but it is returned. But if you don't get that percentage, you lose the fees.
So it's punitive?
It's punitive and discriminatory. Okay, so we're looking...
So would you rather no filing fee or it should not be returned regardless of how you show?
We should rather no filing fees.
No filing fee.
The state takes it. After all, why should we create a discriminatory system and make political parties that are yet in its infancy not be able to compete? And they suffer the most. Okay? For regional offices, there is a mandatory requirement that every political party must have offices across the country. That's cost. You are looking to cut down on the cost of elections and cost of running political parties. You must also be looking at that. Because if you are going to maintain regional offices, constituency offices, those people are going to be there. Even if you're not, the people are going to work for free, the buildings are going to be rented. And that's cost. Is it possible to use virtual systems to organize regional offices? Is it possible? So that one too is under discussion. That if political parties have to meet virtually, the region meets virtually, and you don't need to incur costs in building a whole big building for the purposes of having a regional office.
And this is in respect of the political party financing bill draft, which is in the works.
Why it is so is that you are looking to reduce the cost. Cost drivers are part of the corruption, drivers. Okay, because you need a lot. Then, campaign window. Somehow, by inadvertence, Kufuor tried to correct it, but he failed. When you conduct elections on 7th January and the results are declared by 8th or 9th, campaign starts again. So we have almost a 365-year cycle of campaign. No country does that. So that again is a cost driver.
What's the ideal situation?
That this situation is to have a window, campaign window. So we are going to have elections in 2028. So we say elections for the presidential elections for election 2028 will start in September.
Okay.
Nobody is allowed to conduct campaigns before September. So you have 3 months window.
How does that hurt the...
Doesn't hurt anybody. So
Yeah.
you create an equal playing field.
Why is it not an equal playing field when it begins soon after elections?
Because of the drivers. We are looking to what is driving the monetization. So we are looking to deal with the cost centers.
Okay.
And when that pressure is not there, no political party will
So
look
the
for
shorter
money.
time you have,
Shorter
the lesser the cost.
The cost. We are looking at cost drivers,
campaigns.
even though it has got other implications as well. Because governments do not have time to concentrate on the act of governing. Somehow, we voted MPs into parliament. They voted us into parliament to take up the responsibility of putting government on its toes. But the people are not prepared to sit back and allow their representatives in parliament to do the work. Maybe it's loss of trust or something, I don't know. But that's why we vote members of parliament. That when the policies start coming into parliament, they check the government, the executive, and put the government on its own, accountability. But we extend it, we take it over when we are, as private citizens, and every day your network, you have a newspaper review, and then not parliamentarians, but everybody is talking about politics. We think that that too should be curtailed. Kufuor came out with the political off-season. I don't know whether you remember, when he won, in the year 2000, 2001 was a political off-season. You couldn't campaign, you couldn't do any politics. So to allow government to work. Okay, so these are things that
could help.
It could help.
Musa Dankwa, do you buy into these recommendations?
Yeah, some of it is quite sensible to do. Shorter campaign period is quite important. For us, we've been campaigning from day one when Mama was sworn in.
Yeah.
We were already looking to replace him. And it's been like that. It's natural with us. Unless we are forced to, behave in a certain way, we will continue that tangent. On the campaign financing, I think it's very important. It should be a law that guide how we raise the money and how that money is spent. If you go to the UK and the US, it's quite open. It's done there. And when you do the campaign financing law and set a cap, it will force the politician to go through a wider pool of people to raise a lot of money. If you look at the Obama campaign, it was largely made of people who donated $100, $50. Not
even $20.
Not the mega donors. The mega donors are interest-seeking politicians.
Parties.
Exactly. And they will drive the government, they will control the government from remote, they will do all sorts of things. They will hijack the state. They're the ones who cause the state capture. And we don't see what they do and how it affects us. So we have to really be very serious about that. Look, and also the financing or the funding of campaign by the political party themselves. What do they spend their money on? Sometimes it's quite ridiculous what this money is used for. So we need to sanitize it. It will take time. We have to be patient. We have to be resilient in terms of what we want to achieve. It's not going to be a 9-day wonder because it doesn't happen like that. We've been doing this for the past how many years?
30-something years, yeah.
It won't take just 1 year or 2 years to resolve it. But we must start seriously, and hopefully we can get the bottom of it.
All right. It's a possibility.
It's a possibility, yes.
All right. Let me read some more of your messages coming in this morning. You can send them through on our Facebook Live feed. Just go to the comment section and send in your messages. I will read them as they come in. Aziz Don't Laugh from Wa says, he's talking about the interjections from earlier. That has stopped. And so I acknowledge your message, but we're good now. All right, more messages coming in. Good morning, Na, to the gentlemen in the studio. I want to agree with some of the recommendations by Honorable Fuseni. I hope that when these recommendations are put before Parliament, they don't sit on it and wait forever for the elections to end before they pass it. We need it to be passed now so that it will be implemented for the 2028 general elections. And that's from me, Okai, texting from Osu. Now, it all boils down to party financing and asset declaration regimes, which need to be enhanced and enforced. And that's from Notedua, our favorite clinical psychologist, texting in this morning. All right, more messages coming in. So now you brought back... All right. Okay. Good morning, Na. Good morning, gentlemen. I was looking forward to hearing from the security expert today. If you're talking to Mr. Kumado, we spoke to him. We spoke to Mr. Kumado earlier before we began our panel discussion. But we might have him coming back to the studio to join in our conversation at some point in the day. We are on till 5 p.m. till the polls close, all right? So our various teams will be taking over at different times of the day. But I'm going to hand over now to Beatrice Edu, who's going to bring us more information on what's happening on the ground.
Now, quite interesting, the gentleman who sent you the message that the thing must be considered in Parliament now.
Yeah,
so no
immediately.
21 sitting days, whichever.
Yeah.
He wants it done now. But yes, we're looking forward to improving things in our system and ensuring that we have better electoral processes. But Noble Crosby-Annan is my colleague who is in one of the polling stations. We understand is the Alhaji Idrisu Polling Center, and he's covering what's happening there for us. Noble, if you can hear me, tell us what's happening there.
Like you mentioned, this is one of the 113 polling centers in the Ayawaso East constituency. This polling center is called the Alhaji Idris Polling Center. It is a combination or an amalgamation of 3 voting centers here. Now, what we're seeing right now is that the process so far has been smooth. And in fact, I should let you know that just arriving at the moment is Mr. Boachie Jaku, who is a chairman aspirant of the NPP, and he just visited the polling station, and I'm sure we'd want to share a few words with the media here. Chairman, thank you so much for joining us here. What has been the observation of the process so far?
Well, I just got here, and the impression I get it is peaceful and quiet, not like the Nima I knew many years ago, because my office is right down here, and I've observed many an election in this neighborhood. But this looks orderly and peaceful, and I hope that it continues through the duration of the voting, counting, and after the declaration of the results.
And we've seen a lot of police deployment here, and I'm sure it is to your satisfaction as well.
It is to my satisfaction, yes, but I am counting on the day when we will need no such deployment. Because police presence is a signal of something untoward happening or could happen. I think that we have to move to a stage in our national elections where police presence will not be required to impose order or to get us to act in the proper way. That would be a happy day for this country and its democracy.
Now let's talk about the chances of the MPP. Baba Ali Yusuf, you're confident of victory for him?
We should be, and I am, because of certain shifts in the dynamics of this constituency.
Tell us about it.
Well, that we keep that up our sleeves so that your opponents won't redress them even in this late hour. But we know of the things that have happened, and they themselves know that have happened in their progression towards this election. And we intend to take full advantage of those.
This is a constituency the NDC has won for a very long time, a stronghold of the NDC. What is making the MPP very confident that this time the tides will change?
There is their stronghold, I agree. Yes. But every election is different. The minute you plan an election based on the past elections, you are courting failure. I know certain things have happened here, but in life, people change. Today is your stronghold, tomorrow it may be your weak hold. We are counting on certain factors that are inherent and present in this constituency over this period to turn things around.
I have 2 more questions. Global Info Analytics is putting the election squarely as a victory for the NDC. Does it not disturb you in any way?
No. I've seen polls and polls and polls, both home and abroad, gone awry. So poll is a guide. If you take the information in polls, you can use them to reorder your steps, or you can use them to emphasize and strengthen your steps. He said what he sees. We will work with what he sees and what we know and carry the day.
And my last question to you, and please allow me, we cannot let you go without asking you about the NPP. The party has put in place various measures now. Elections will be happening very soon from the polling centers this time up. What do you make of the entire decision of the NEC executive, the function executive of the NPP?
That is our normal route. Voting from bottom up is not a ritual. It is a strategy of renewal and giving people a new lease of life and a new mandate. So it is the natural thing or the normal thing we've done since the inception of this party. So there's nothing new to it. It's not a ritual, it's a strategy for renewal.
Wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Before we let you go, we've seen...
let's still stay with Washinja.
The police around. Today happens to be a working day. And from the time we set up from the morning, it seems turnout has been on the low side. Will it be a factor that the heavy presence really is deterring people from really coming out?
I don't think the police presence is a deterrence per se. By and large, by-elections are not that patronized in this country. Secondly, by-elections in strongholds are presumed as foregone conclusions, and that in itself depresses voter turnout. So these factors may be at play. But as I made the comment earlier, it's good to have police presence, but it speaks negatively of our evolution in our democracy. i.e., do we need to be forced or compelled to conduct ourselves decently and properly at voting centers? If the police is the one that has to impose good conduct, then there is something amiss. I would wish for the day when we as citizens, out of duty to party and country, and out of self-decency and a good understanding of democratic processes and the power, will come to the conclusion that this is a very simple civil exercise that does not require compulsion or being beaten over the head in order for us to exercise good conduct. So yes, it's okay, but I want us to look forward. And you are journalists. You have to propagate this message of proper conduct without police. After all, what is discipline? Discipline does not mean someone is forcing you to do something. Discipline means you know what is right and you do it, and you know what is wrong and you desist from it without anybody telling you. I would wish that we get to that stage in the body politic and in our evolution of our democracy, and that will be fine for us.
And finally, for me, you are live from Ghana Television and our partner stations. Appeal to the voters to come in Ghana. Here we are expecting 1,000 plus, but as we speak, we've not even from the two centers, we've not even reached 600 with the time to is not on our side, so at least they can come and exercise their franchise.
Well, my appeal is based on the fact that voting grants you the exercise of your fundamental freedoms. I have lived through all the military coups in this country, where your fundamental freedoms are denied in your face. where you have no right to say something or anything. If you are wronged, you are wronged, and you have no recourse. The military government sitting on your neck gives you no chance. So even if you are dissatisfied, it requires the shedding of citizens' blood to make a change. We don't want to get back into that era. We are now in an era where you are freely given the right to choose, the right to decide. Let us not toy with it. Let us not say that we are tired of democracy. We've tested democracy, we've tested military governance, and nobody should wait for military. Yes, democracy may have its pitfalls. Yes, democracy may have its shortfalls, but it's the best amongst the things available. I will therefore urge all our citizens and voters here, make a little time to exercise this franchise that speaks your mind, so that together, all the political parties, all of us as citizens, we can advance the gains and the goals of democracy one step at a time. So my plea is, come out, spare the time. It is worth it. Come and cast your vote, and then you would have exercised your civic responsibility to the development of this country.
Lastly for me, Chairman, how are your chances? How's your own campaign going?
You did your last already.
Yes, but this is final.
Give somebody else.
Wait.
Give somebody else.
This is a sample exercise for all Ghanaians. Does this warrant the vote buying or gift giving we see from political parties like yourself?
It is a sad commentary on democracy. It is a sad commentary on the quality of life that you have to exercise, you have to be transactional about who governs you. I can bet you that in your own hometown, when they are choosing a chief, right, you will not allow anybody who is not a true royal to occupy the stool. You will fight to the death to make sure that a genuine royal occupies the stool in your village or your hometown. How be it then that when it comes to the national, which is bigger than my hometown or your hometown, we are reckless about the decisions we make and reduce it to a simple transaction of money. We are doing ourselves a lot of harm. It means that we are not allowing the best to serve us, and that vicariously people will buy into themselves into an office for which they do not intend to be faithful servants. I have lived in South America, Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia. I've lived and worked in these places, and I've seen the disaster they courted for themselves with drug money entering their political system. The destabilization they are still experiencing is a result of that decision. I pray that in this country we will not sink to that level, because the violence that can arise from that and the violence that can be visited upon us will be beyond our imagination. So let us think deep. Look, if somebody gives you 1,000 cedis today, in another week, the 1,000 cedis is gone. But ask yourself, what have you exchanged for that 1,000 cedis? It is my plea that yes, I can understand some of the lame arguments being made, but you are a citizen, and there's a clear responsibility and onus on all of us as citizens to make sure that we select the best to govern us. If we do less, we are doing ourselves harm.
We know you are contesting for chairmanship. What are your chances?
they are good, but I'll leave it to our electorate. Nominations haven't been open. The selectorate or the delegates who will elect us have not been elected yet.
So when the time comes, why should they vote for Jaco and not the others?
Well, they know my capabilities. I've served this party long and hard. They know all the roles I've played in this party. And they know that I can advance the cause of the new patriotic party the best. But let us hold our horses. The people who will vote in September have not been elected. Their election will be sometime in June and July, right? You don't know the configuration. You can only talk and hope and send your message that they will hear you and validate the message for you. So it's early days yet.
Does this mean we wouldn't be seeing any gift giving from the
Wait.
Does this mean we wouldn't be seeing any gift giving or vote buying from the NPP in this election and in subsequent elections?
You don't. There are no gatekeepers, right? But don't think that it's only delegates who take money. Journalists also take their solid, right? I would advise journalists give up your sokolafia first, and when you do, then you will be in a moral position to castigate those others who take it. But there are no gatekeepers. You can never know who is doing what in what corner.
Chairman, is that not the point where authorities coming, the OSP was investigating the happenings in the NDC after the primaries and all of that, vote buying allegations?
As we stand here, if somebody at Kizito does a transaction, how am I to know? Unless we shine the light on it simultaneously and all Ghanaians begin to feel that this process is an affront to our dignity, it can't easily be solved. You know, you don't expect one person to.
All right, thank you. So that's a leading member of the NPP, Mr. Ejako, speaking with us there, and he touched on a number of issues from the latter part of the conversation, referring to issues concerning vote buying, to police deployment in the election, to the low turnout of the election, and the chances of the NPP itself as they attempt to snatch this seat from the NDC. Mind you, this has been the traditional seat of the NDC. It's a major stronghold of the NDC. In fact, we were just about talking about this polling station, the Alhaji Idrisu polling center, when Mr. Jaco walked in, and we had to interact with him. But let's all talk about this polling center. We're expecting some 1,000 people to come and vote here, but at the moment we'll speak with the presiding member for the constituency, for the polling center, and then he'll tell us what the numbers are looking like, so we'll be able to know what the turnout has been so far. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay.
Talk to us. How many people are we expecting today?
Actually, we are expecting, this is A and B.
Okay.
Or I should say B1 and then B2. So the B1, we are expecting 722 voters, whilst the B, we are expecting 432 voters. Okay.
And it is after 10, close to 10:30. How many are we seeing so far?
For here, we are hitting 70. It's around 67, 68.
Out of what?
Out of 700 and...
That's a little on the low, don't you think?
Yes. And then when you look at this place too, the B, we are now hitting around 42. So you could see the turnout is a little bit low.
Okay. Let's talk about the agents who are here. All the party agents are represented?
Yeah, they are all represented. NDC, MPP, LGP, and then one independent candidate. The other candidate, I didn't see his agent, but they are cooperating. So far, so good.
Have they had any concerns?
Nobody raised any concern because there is no any concern. So there's no way they can raise any concern.
All right, thank you so much. And
Your
your name
welcome.
is?
My name is Alhaji Idris. Coincidentally, my name bears the same name as the polling center.
Anyways, thank you so much. So Alhaji Idris speaking with us there on the expectations for this polling center. Like we mentioned, like he explained, we're seeing low turnout maybe in the coming in the coming hours, as the day progresses, we'll be able to see a few more people coming to vote here in the constituency. But that will be it from me here at the Alhaji Idris polling center, or the voting center. And then as things go on, we'll bring you more.
Indeed, Noble Kosbianan from the polling center, Alhaji Idris, earlier interacting with the former energy minister and the statements made earlier. But thank you very much, Noble Kosbianan. We'll come back to you as and when there's something happening in your area. But yes, we're bringing you all the comprehensive coverage from the 114 polling centers in this Ayawaso East constituency. But I'm coming back to you now with your panel.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you, Noble Crosby. And we'll be going back to that particular constituency for more as the day progresses. And we'll be going to all the other polling stations. There are 114, and we are visiting each of them this morning, one after the other. We brought you reports from about 4. We're going to continue to bring you more as we go. So if you're still at home or you're in the neighborhood and you vote in this constituency, Ayawaso East, we encourage you to please go out and vote now. And after you've voted, as is the rule, you go back to your homes or you go back to work or wherever, and you wait. You may come back after counting or when it's time for counting, but definitely do not hang around during the voting while it goes on now. It started at 7 a.m. It's going to go on till 5 p.m. and then voting will close. All right. We're still going to come back to this constituency, this particular polling station where our colleague Noble Crosby Anan is coming to us live from. He showed us some interviews he's had with some members of both political parties, NDC and NPP representing. We also know that we have about 3 independent, we have 2 independent candidates also running this morning. We haven't seen them yet. We have seen Baba Jamal in the constituency going around making sure that everything is going properly. He hadn't had the opportunity to cast his vote, yes. But Beatrice, where are we going back to now?
Noble Kosbianan, because we understand some political figures are already in the polling center where he is, the Alhaji Idris polling center. Noble, if you can hear us, please tell us what's happening. Actually, we're going to another polling station.
Honorable Baba Jamal.
There are concerns that because of the low numbers, the low turnouts, that number may not be attained.
Well, irrespective of the numbers that may come out, the numbers that will come out will still get 60%, not less than 60% of those numbers. You all agree with me that when it comes to by-elections, you usually have very low turnout. But this, I believe, is still early hours. We've just done about 3 hours. I'm sure by the time we get to afternoon, evening, the numbers will be impressive. I'm telling you, even if it's just 2 people that will vote, Baba Jamal will be the next member of parliament for this constituency. Thank you.
If you look at
So that's Osman Ayariga, is an observer, also the chief executive of the National Youth Authority, who has been here to talk about the process and has observed the process. He says that he's comfortable with how things have been so far. He's expecting victory for the NDC at the end of the voting process, although the numbers so far are not very encouraging. We're just some 34 minutes after 10. It may not be very encouraging, but he's confident that as the day progresses, as we hit the afternoon mark, as we move towards the evening, we will be able to know who is winning the elections, and then he's confident that the NDC will come out victorious at the end of the voting process. So that's it from me here. And you see the party agents also. They are also very attentive, going through the entire process smoothly, paying attention to the numbers, making their own calculations. The electoral officials are also working like they should. Police presence is also very high here. So the process has been smooth. It has been transparent so far, no concerns. No party has raised any objections to any happening because nothing until it has happened. Some would say has happened yet, but nothing until it has
indeed,
happened. We hope that it continues like that, and at the end of the voting process, we will be able to know who has won from this polling center, by extension, the entire constituency.
Indeed, Crosby, if you're relying on a Musa Dankwa survey that says 75% for your candidates, then you will be confident, and perhaps the reason for that confidence from the Chief Executive Officer of the National Youth Authority. But before you go, though, I can see that the environment is quite busy. Would you say that all those are coming to cast their vote, or that's really the normal atmosphere that you would actually see on a normal day?
Well, the people you see here are not all coming to vote. Some are people who are following some leading members of the NDC and the NPP. A few moments ago, we spoke with Mr. Ejako. He is a leading member of the NPP, and when he arrived here, he also came with an entourage. Osman Yariga has also come with his own, people. Some observers as well. The media is also present here. A while ago, we spoke with Mr. Koku Anyudoho, who is also here as an observer, and you can see him interacting with Osman Ayariga nicely in that corner there. So the people you're seeing here, not all of them are coming to vote. Some are voters, some have come to cast their votes, cast their ballots already, but they're hanging around just to observe, look at how the process is going, engage with their friends, engage with each other amongst others. Already they've been telling me that the Nima community is a very loving community. Although they belong to different parties, they are very relatable. They are very charitable. They do not let politics divide them in any way. So regardless whichever party they belong to, although they may be coming from opposing sides, after the entire election process, they speak like usual, engage like usual, break fast like usual. Everything is very normal here. So that is also contributing to the number of people we're seeing here. Also, I should tell you that this is the polling center that the Honorable Baba Jamal will be voting. The former High Commissioner to Nigeria will be voting. This is his voting center. So it also accounts for the reason why we're seeing some numbers here. Some supporters of the NDC, they will want to see him. They will want to engage with him. So it can also account for the reasons why a few of the supporters have gathered here. But if you cast around, if you look around, the entire Nima community is beaming with life. It's a very usual day. Although it's a by-election happening, everything is very normal. Business is going on. The traffic is usual. There's always traffic in the Nima community, particularly on market days. Even when it's not a market day, there's traffic. So it's very regular here, Beatrice. The numbers tell that the process is smooth, and we hope that it continues like that, Beatrice.
And a while ago, we saw Kokwanyido, the man you talked about, in our shorts. But would you tell us, I mean, the police, if you're telling us that Boache Jako and the other political figures who have come in came in with crowd, it means that the police has an extra challenge of ensuring that security is really that great. Can you tell us how they are handling the extra crowd coming in because of these political figures who are coming to this polling center?
Right, Beatrice, so like you mentioned, the police presence here is on the high, and I'm sure they anticipated that the numbers would be high. The visiting delegation, if you like, will be on the high. That is why they prepared themselves, and they came here in their high numbers so that they'll be able to attend or adequately police the entire process, the election process, as well as the visiting people who will want to observe the entire process. Koku Anyidoho, he is also observing the process, and he has shared with us what his observations have been so far of the entire process. So far, I think the police, they have conducted themselves properly. There's a few of them are standing, guarding the process, and there's still a number of backup who are sitting and ready to hop in if the need arises. There's some police vehicles also around the entire Nima community. So they are very ready, and whenever the need arises, they will be ready and then stepping to foil or quell any unwanted situation. Beatrice.
Perhaps a final one from me before you go, Crosby. We had the former energy minister talk about the dangers of the monetization of Ghana's politics. As you've been there at least a few hours, have you seen any sort of vote buying or any kind of, any sort of thing like that going on?
Well, Beatrice, we've not seen visibly activities that account for vote buying. We've not seen people going to take money from party agents, from delegates after voting or before they go and vote. But the interesting thing too about vote buying is that sometimes it does not occur in the full glare of the public. Of course, sometimes it does, like we saw in the primaries in the Ayawaso East constituency of the NDC. But it does not always happen like that. So it may be going on, but we may not be seeing it. Like the former energy minister also mentioned, sometimes it is done under the cover of darkness. It is done in a way that you would not be noticed. Maybe it's done electronically. Maybe some momos are being sent, some transactions are being made here and there, and you may not be able to know what they are for. But so far, we've not seen anything like that. The agents have not raised any concern like that. The party faithfuls here, they have not also suggested to us that people are buying their vote or people are influencing them to go and vote. I should also mention that it was yesterday, 12 hours before the start of polls this morning in the evening, the deputy women's organizer of the NPP in the constituency, she had cause to raise the concern that there are some allegations of vote buying already going on before the day of the elections. But so far, I should tell you that nothing like that has happened. Nothing like that has come to our notice. When we see that, we will definitely let you know. Maybe if we have time, we can have a quick conversation with some other leading members of the political parties. The NPP is here. Sir, thank you so much. You're live on TV3. Talk to us. What has been your observation so far?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to your viewers. It's been a very, very quiet process. I've been to quite a number of polling stations. The turnout is extremely low. Everywhere I've been, it's it's getting to 11 a.m. and you hardly get 10% of the people coming out. A few factors, maybe the Ramadan and all of that, contributed to the state of quietness. But it's also typical in by-elections to have low turnout. So as the day goes by, we'll see how the turnout comes out.
And I'm sure the NPP is very confident of victory, although the latest poll from Global Info Analytics does not give it to you.
We have listened to Global Info Analytics. For some weird reason, the polls came out pretty late. I only heard of it yesterday. But I've expected him to be polling much earlier. But in any case, we saw his polling in the NDC primaries and how it went. And so we are still confident. We've seen what transpired within the NDC itself. They have about 3 factions in these elections. And hopefully we're leveraging on it. We know our strengths within the constituency. Ours is to ensure that our people come out today to vote. And if we get it right, then we can carry the day.
How will you be able to bring them out to vote, bearing in mind all the concerns that you mentioned that may be contributing to the low turnout?
In a typical settlement like Nima, you realize that there are a lot of people who are registered and voters within this constituency, but they don't live here. So then on days like this, it boils down to your capacity to be able to get all of them to come back to vote. And people see this place as their traditional places, but because of the state of Accra, they probably might have moved to other places. And so the strategy is getting them to come and vote, and that is what we are trying to do.
And so far, I'm sure you've also not seen or heard allegations of vote buying ongoing.
Not that I have seen or heard of. The police presence is massive. In places that I've been to, there were more police people than electoral officers and voters. And so I have not heard of anything. I don't expect any such thing to happen. I'm sure we'll have a very quiet and uneventful voting process today.
Thank you so much. That's Honorable Fuseni Issa. He's a former Member of Parliament for Okaikwe North constituency, speaking with us there. So, Beatrice, if you ask me, the entire process so far, from the various testimonies we've heard from observers, interested parties, stakeholders, party agents, the voters themselves, it's been smooth so far. It's been very regular, very by the book. We're not seeing any concerns. So talk to us. How's the process been for you?
Well, the process, I'm highly disappointed on the atmosphere and the action of the Nima people. Because you see, as you know, everybody knows that this election in Nima, by this time, it should have been the atmosphere, the people coming out, the queue to vote for NDC. But now look at this, empty. The Electoral Commission are pressing their full. Nobody is busy because they are tired of NDC. They are tired of them because there's nothing in the Zongo that they can boost and say that this is for us. It's only noise. Talk about dollar. Can dollar pay transport from here to Swadama for the Nima person? He wanted such a way that he can get money to go to Circle, get money to go to Kumasi Maulud, get money to go to Chief Imam Maulud. And they are doing Maulud, he can't go. You're still telling him that NDC is the best. Scorpion will bite somebody today.
So you think that is why the turnout is that low?
Yes, that is why, because they are tired. The person doesn't have one city, so from his house to here, he doesn't have one city. How can you tell him that he should just walk from his house to come and vote for you? You have no policy for him that take care of his 6 children, 7 children, 13 children. Then you are told that he should come and just vote for you.
If the turnout is low, it's not only affecting the NDC, it will affect the NPP too. How are you taking advantage?
No. If the turnout is lower, Scorpion will bite somebody.
How will that happen?
I'm telling you, NPP will surprise this election.
You think so?
It's a surprise election. It's a strategy. Per the experience that we have, it's a calculation. Politics is just a calculation, just like you want 17. So you minus 40 plus 40 and 30 and get 70. This is what we are doing today. You see, the confidence today, we don't want them to see. But we know the results. We know the results.
Will you be disappointed if it does not go your way?
There's no disappointed on this election. However, the results will come, Scorpion will bite somebody.
The poll is not putting you in pole position to win the election. What is making you very confident? The low turnout?
There's a poll says that we won the election, we lost. There's a poll says that we lost the election, we won. So I don't normally focus on the poll. I was on the ground since the day, from day one. I go to every single police station. I go to every house. I listen to Nima people. The national anthem they are singing. What kind of party you have a son who just says that, I want to survive. You just wake up, the General Secretary, I sack him. It's only Zongo that you can do that because they don't respect Zongo. Have you ever seen policy that will make an impact of the Zongo person in current administration? Have you? By last time, by this time, Akufo-Addo time, we were talking about free education. Akufo-Addo time, somebody will come to this market and say, planting for food and job at Dauruma, I have brought my corn here to come and sell and benefit. What policy that affects the Zongo people? I just want to know, policy. If you say nobody, even immigration, they are employing. Nobody employs Zongo boys. Police, they are not in. Military, they are not in.
How do you know all of this?
Because
these are very unsubstantiated allegations.
We know each other.
You know all
we
the
know.
people
I'm talking about the Zongos. We know all of them.
Who come from the Zongos?
Zongos. We know We know. Say me. I know you. You are wearing NDC T-shirt. So when they are employing this military, I know you don't have a job. So I was expecting you to get the job. You didn't get it. Is that not my reason?
Right.
Is that not my reason? I'm not talking about the whole Ghana. I say Zongo. I know Zongo. For instance, I can boast and tell you that Zongo Development Fund has been the life of the Cuba young ladies who went to Cuba and read medicine to become a medical doctor. Zongo Development Fund has built the ASOTEF to Tesla Chief Imam, where Chief Imam is doing his program. So it's an impact. I tell you that Zongo Development Fund has given a lot of scholarship.
And this is the same fund that the present CEO is telling us that you left him less than 300 Ghana cedis.
It's politics. He says a lot of things. They says a lot of things.
Thank you so much. Tell us your name again.
Please, Honorable Ali Suraj is my name, aspiring national Nasara organizer, and a member of the National Organization Committee of the party.
Of the NPP?
Yes, member of we're 7 committee members. I'm one of them.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Clearly, well, the NPP, very excited. He says that the low turnout is an indicator that the NPP will take advantage of the elections. Yeah, that would be it for me. from the Alhaji Idrisu House Voting Center in the Ayawaso East constituency. Back to you, Beatrice.
Thank you very much, Noble Crosby Annan from the Alhaji Idris polling center in Nima. So within the Ayawaso East constituency. Coming back to you now. Interesting comment we had in his interaction with the people there.
I know, and interesting mathematics and calculations that he was putting out there. But I guess it's all in jest for some part.
Yeah.
And the good thing is that so far the atmosphere has been peaceful.
Yes.
In Nima and throughout the constituency, which is what we were hoping for.
Exactly.
So that's good. Kudos to the Ghana Police Service and also kudos to the constituents of this constituency for allowing for a peaceful atmosphere to prevail since voting started some 4 hours ago. But we're all going all the way till 5 p.m. and we'll continue to bring you the live reports. Back in studio, gentlemen, we're going to knock off this segment of our discussion today in just about 6 or 7 minutes. So I'm going to ask you all to just give us your final submissions on today's by-election. We already know that the Honorable Maga, we already know that you are planning on pulling a surprise. The MPP.
Oh, you win.
Pulling a surprise, just as Mr. Ali in the video just was telling us.
The Scorpio will bite somebody. Scorpio will really bite somebody.
The Scorpio will bite somebody.
You know, apart from what issues that he raised in the video, the thing the Nima people themselves are saying, they see Baba Ali as one of them more than they see Baba Jama. So that's also a factor MPP will leverage, apart from the fact that in the 1 year of Muhammad administration, Nima has not seen anything. So for us, it's winnable, and I live.
And it's a win.
Oh, it's a win for MPP. Okay. I just told you that we are going to pull a surprise today. The whole nation will be shocked.
No scorpions, though.
Oh, no. I think he used
that
figuratively, meaning we are going to win the election.
I see. All right.
Per calculation, Musa Damka will talk, but you see, Nima, people are changing, you know. Now they are looking at their case school fees, how fees, HS, if are free, as Ali said. And now you have to go and a whole toilet of prospectors, go to the schools and buy uniforms and so on and so forth. So this all are coming to play this by-election. I don't know, I know MPP will be victorious.
All right. Dr. Ramsey.
Well, I wish both parties or all parties who are contesting this by-election well. At the end of the day, no matter who comes out as a victor, if this election is done in a fair and transparent manner, Ghana wins.
Yeah.
And so I think that we have discussed the teething issues bedeviling our political landscape. It is incumbent onto the NDC government and with this supermajority to see how best they can be able to leapfrog our democracy into a democracy that will be enviable across the length and breadth of Africa. To end on this note, the people of Zongo deserve better. They deserve absolute development and not whimsical promises from political actors. There was a policy under the aegis of the previous administration called the Zongo Development Fund, which they promised to raise $50 million seed money to fulfill certain promises that they made to the Zongo people. Today, Nima hasn't changed, Abu Abu hasn't changed, Madina Zongo hasn't changed, and it's still the same. I think that it is incumbent on the NDC government to see how best they can enforce certain egalitarian policies so that people of the Zongo community will also deserve their fair share of the national cake.
All right. Thank you. Honorable Inusa.
So, Shira spoke about Zongo Development Fund being responsible for the training of female doctors. In fact, that initiative was started by John Dramani Mahama when he was vice president of the Republic of Ghana. There was no Zongo Development Fund. that he thought that Zongo, people in the Zongo, you needed to do like an affirmative action plan to get them also uplifted in the country. And so, in collaboration with his president, Donald Ivan Mills, many of the women in the Zongos, or ladies in the Zongos, were sent to Cuba. So it's not Zongo Development Fund. You should go and read the history of that. Now, the second thing is that, yes, development is incremental. I know Nima. I've lived in Nima. And I say Nima today is not Nima that it was.
Of yesteryears. And you gave us a beautiful history of
But obviously, I'm not saying that the people of Nima have gotten all that they need. There are still challenges.
Yeah.
Okay? And so, yes, Baba Jamal, if he emerges victorious, must champion the cause of the Nima people.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that representation is about. That when you go to parliament, you advocate for the people. There could be problems that the people will bring to their representative, and then he champions them in parliament and sees how the government can intervene in their time of need. Now, historically, Zongos across the country, and we NDC, we say Zongos are we have 16 regions in Ghana today, not so?
Mm-hmm.
Zongos are the 17th region.
Hmm.
So we treat Zongos as a region on itself because of the historical and the development in the Zongos. And so for us as a party, and that is our philosophy, that everybody, people matter. No matter you are, you matter. No matter where you are, you matter. And so people in the Zongos too, being Ghanaians, deserve a fair share of the national cake.
All right.
I've known Nima for a very long time. Even when Kofi Wayo contested Nima, he was the person who came closest.
How many years ago was that?
That was in the year 2000.
Okay, 26 years ago.
Yes. He came closest. He was the only MPP candidate who came closest to winning Nima, but he didn't win. So, because of the historical commitment and closeness of Nima to the NDC, in NDC, we don't take that for granted. We don't take that for granted at all. And we will also make sure that Nima gets his fair share of the national cake.
Well, thank you
now,
so much.
I'm happy that the election is proceeding on peacefully.
Yeah.
I've known Nima. They don't fight over elections. They are the same people. We are the same people in Nima. The same. I mean, when they finish, they will argue vociferously, but they will never fight because they understand that they are the same people. So I expect that by 5 o'clock today, the elections will end peacefully, and the victor, and I believe the victor will be Baba Jamal.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Honorable Ali Maga. Thank you, Dr. Ramzi Husseini. Thank you. Ramzi Inusa. Inusa Husseini, yes. That's why Inusa confused me there for a moment. And also we had with us earlier in the studio, Musa Dankwa of Global Info Analytics. We're going to continue these conversations throughout the day. And so even though we will shortly knock off this segment, we'll hand over to the next batch who would continue the conversations until the winner of the election is declared. But still in studio, let me come to you, Beatrice. Yes, Beatrice, what do you have on the wall over there?
Yes, just bringing you what we brought you earlier in the morning today, and it has to do with the kind of results that we've seen in the Ayawaso East constituency, at least since the Fourth Republic. In 2020, for instance, we saw the NDC win, of course, with the late Nasser Ture Mahama. I was saying earlier that he has been in that constituency since 2012 after he took over, of course, from another NDC NP then. So you can say that this constituency has really been the stronghold of the governing NDC. So in 2020, in the results, you had the late MP having about 61.18%, and the representative for the opposition MPP, Peter Kwame Nchimreku, having some 38.82%. And that was in about almost 15,000 votes. In 2024, which was just the last major election we had, of course, Nasser Toure, the late MP, retained the seat, and I was saying earlier that he died, unfortunately, whilst he was serving his 4th term, and he had one of the highest percentages in terms of vote, really, for the parliamentary results, getting about 70.85% of the vote, and MPP getting 29.15%. Again, we go back to 2012, which is when the late MP took over the realms of power in the constituency, the Ayawaso East constituency, where he polled 65.44% of votes there, as against 34.10% for the MPP, represented by Alhaji Mohammed Baba. And so you can tell that the MPP has been in the 30s, really running through the general elections we've had, particularly the parliamentary election results. Of course, NDC maintained the same candidate going into the 2016 general election, and in that parliamentary election, he polled 62.10%. That's the late MP. And again, there was the MPP Peter Entry, who polled about 36.08%. Of course, we'll be bringing you more and as and when we have the latest from the polling centers in this constituency. But we need to return to my colleague Noble Crosbyanan, who was earlier reporting to us from the Alhaj Idrisu constituency, polling center rather, in the constituency, Ayawaso East constituency. Let's go back to him. He's got some updates for us. Crosby, what do you have?
So I have with me Madam Julian Obey. She is the PRO of the Greater Accra Regional Police Command. Let's speak with her and find out how the process has been for the Ghana Police Service so far. Madam, thank you. You're live on TV3. Talk to us. How many centers have you visited so far, and what has been your observations?
Over 35 centers so far. I'm still doing my visitation. I've also been to the Collation Center, and so far so very good.
What has been the feedback that you're getting from the agents, from the Electoral Commission, and some of the supporters? Are you getting any comments here and there?
So it's been good. Professional behavior from the policemen and women we deployed here.
We're seeing a lot of the deployment. Is there a reason why that number was deployed? What number we're looking at too?
We are not able to give you the number, not because we do not know, but because we do not want to give the number out. But yes, if you have seen a lot of our people here, it is because we do not want to leave any stone unturned. We want to make sure that the security coverage for this election is free, fair, and is well done.
There are the concerns that the heavy deployment may be intimidating some voters. Do you share with that? Do you share in that?
So our presence here is not just for those that are voting. Our presence here is also to protect the other persons that are going about their normal duties, that are just here for other businesses, but not here necessarily to vote. So yes, we have saturated the area, but it is for the good to make sure that every individual, every voter, every other person, including you, the media that's coming here today, is well protected and would have a safe day.
And finally from me, there were concerns raised by the NPP that some cameras were being installed at some centers. Does it come to your notice?
I do not have any idea about that. I would speak to the authorities, and if I get any feedback, I'll come back to you.
Thank you. But what do you expect by the end of the process?
I'm expecting that our work here as security men and security women would go as we have spoken to our people already, and we are hoping that we'll have a violence-free process.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Madam Julian Obeng is speaks for the Greater Accra Regional Police Command, talking to us about what has been her assessment of the voting process so far based on areas she has visited, polling centers she has visited, and those that she hopes to visit before the day ends. Back to you, Beatrice.
And this is still your election command center. We're going to be going to the presidency right now because Felix Kwachofosu is leading the government accountability series. We'll go pick that. After that, we'll continue with our coverage of the Ayawaso East constituency by-election. Do stay with us.
2025. It received 43 reports from institutions and individual petitioners. Of the 43 institutions, 36 appeared before the committee as follows. 1. Office of the Administrator General. 2. The Ghana-India Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in ICT.